Guys, I'm so sorry about that that start menu sound. It's so loud, man. The Scholar press start is possibly worse than One Reborn dying with very modest volume. Jeez, that scared me a little bit. How's everybody doing? What's up? What's going on? Gungear, thank you for the good luck, dude. I'll probably need it for some of the things we're doing now. I think we've gotten to the point where there's not much left that is pretty straightforward to do on this. It's just the stuff that's a lot of multi-fights and, you know, weird gimmicks and all that, right? Raffinator, how are you doing? Welcome. XL, welcome back as well. I was seeing you're checking the watch time, 19 days, 19 hours, but not 19 minutes. You failed. You're supposed to check it precisely a slight bit before that. Also, Quest, what's going on? Goth, welcome back. Good to see you again. How have you been? All right. Let's get back into this then. So on the character file, we have technically, which is weird, more than the playtime on the real time, which I've never seen before when we've done this, even when the clock hasn't been ran properly. So I must have left. Oh, you know what it was? I paused on breaks during this, and I didn't keep the clock running. That's what it was. Then probably left the game running a little bit afterwards, but we're probably roughly around 15 hours, 45 minutes, maybe 15, 30. That's what I would guess. Which isn't too bad for like how crazy this run is, but I was thinking 25 to 30 for this one. So if we can wrap up the rest in under 25, I'll be shocked, actually. All right. Vendrick was Giant Lord. He still had the exact same properties that Giant Lord gets with the Giant Soul scaling, particularly. And so we're not doing that now. That's a no. That's going to be pretty late on this. We haven't checked out Freya yet, so we could do Freya from the upper level and see how bad that is. That's an option. So before we even go there, let's get set up for everything. Early Sumu. So I usually stream, like, ideally 12:30 p.m. gives me enough time to get the stuff done before I go live. But I got a lot of it done yesterday, and I'm a little bit ahead on certain things. Technically ahead on most stuff, except for I'm pretty much on time for the stuff I need to be. So I didn't have to do as much today. And also, we're doing the coaching with Cheese Whiz again later, so I need to make at least 45 minutes more time, and then delay when we start that to be able to do enough of this today. So I can actually get it done. I want to get it done before the end of the weekend. We also have a sponsor on, I think it's Sunday, so want this done by Sunday. That is the goal. How unlucky have you gotten with the bosses so far? It's hard to say. I don't know if I've gotten unlucky particularly, or I just went to them at the wrong time.
There until...
That would be up to you guys to decide. I haven't felt like it's been unlucky so far. I felt like it's been pretty much what I would imagine. There's been enemies that are in areas that are really unlucky, like Shrine of Amana having the horses in general from Frigid Outskirts is ridiculous because they just run across the whole area. You don't have a chance to do anything. They're already there. Whereas everything else, you need to go within a certain vicinity for it to trigger, obviously. So that's probably one of the worst things, like that enemy in general. Especially if it's an area that's pretty long to get through, overlapping a lot of other hard enemies. With the invisible Loist Knight at the bonfire, too. That was just probably the worst situation so far.
I knew you'd be back.
Okay, so there's nothing we can get from Valencia right now. And then Lissia just had the Poison Moss. She didn't have the Dragon Charms. I'm trying to figure out... There's someone that had Dragon Charms on this. I know for a fact. Man. Who was it? We haven't seen Gavlan to make him... Oh, wait. Maybe... No, we did go to Gavlan. Sorry, my bad. Gavlan wouldn't have moved yet because we haven't done Harvest Valley. Unless you don't have to actually get there for him to do that. Maybe you just have to do the whole sequence with the boat. Would be kind of dangerous to go backwards and check for him at this point. I think we're just going to go and continue here for Freya. It's worse than regular Shrine? Oh yeah, pretty much every single area has been worse than normal other than like a select few. Jand, what's up? How's it going? And if you missed, when I was doing this a couple streams ago, we got stuck in the lower Seldora bonfire area. And you can't leave unless you... Basically, there's an enemy that's like the large basilisk from Aldia's keep that's in the cage. He prevents you from being able to actually sit without it forcing you to get up completely from the bonfire. And then you have to kill him and then sit down quick enough without anything else chasing you to be able to get the prompt for warping. So that's quite a situation too. I wasn't sure if I'd have to despawn him completely. Okay, we need the armor back here too. Do Vel stats again. Keep forgetting the equip low is actually good now. So you technically do 2 weapons. You need Iron Keep for him if you're thinking of the right guy. For Gavlan, the guy that's in Harvest Valley and Doors of Pharos, after he moves. The latter guy, so I'm not talking about Gilligan. Gavlan is the dude that he's drinking out of the cup, and then he gives you the poison arrows normally. Sells the unlimited poison arrows. Defender, Greatsword, and Homing Soul Mass. Defender, so we have Watcher's Sword. I wonder if Defender's is good. Can't remember. It's just Int instead of Faith. Or sorry, Faith instead of Int. Does it have the built-in buff on it? I guess you can't really use it, can you? Oh, it does have a built-in buff. Okay. What about Watchers? Does that have a built-in buff? They both do? Okay. Plan on playing Night Rain with Hob? If he wants to, yeah, we could do that, for sure. I would play Night Rain with anybody that's up for it, that, you know, would be someone that I like to play with, for sure. I didn't think he was playing Night Rain. I thought he would be more into, like, not doing the multiplayer stuff. I didn't even see him play it when it was the network test. Did he do it, or is he just waiting for the full version? That was a crazy backhand angle right there. What was going on with that ice spear there? What? Dude, what is going on with that? That was crazy. He was swinging over this way. He's afraid to go bald again if he gets outperformed. Oh yeah, the bets. Forgot he's got to have contingencies for everything. It's not a real challenge unless you skydive every time. Oh man, we don't really have a lot of healing items on this one that are worth using. The mushrooms I need to save until the end. Like, normally if I was playing this and we hadn't died yet, we wouldn't use them at all unless it was like a really crazy emergency. You'd play it with me, but you don't stream anymore. I guess you could record the gameplay. It would all depend. Yeah, we could always do a video for it or something like that. I think that, yeah, with Night Rain, a lot of the interest will be the teams of people playing it, not so much the solo stuff, unless you're doing something really weird. But it was really fun with Tom and V-Sweat. That was one of the better network tests, or demos, I could say. Also Silent, welcome back, and Galaxy, welcome back as well. So what's going on in here? This is where we have problems, I think. This is where, when I was trying to run from the lower Seldora bonfire and just try to speed run the door, there was no chance we were going to get through here perfectly. Like, it's a jam-packed area. There's guys floating in the ether just waiting to load in here. Okay, what can we even start with? Let's get this item first. Got a lot of large titanite now. That's interesting that it's in this area. We just racked up so many of them really quickly. Been looking for them the whole time. And I haven't found a merchant that sells them unlimited either. So now the rapier could get upgraded, possibly to +10. We might be able to max it. And that'd be amazing on this. CJ, it's going good, dude. How are you? We're testing out Freya to see how bad that is. We haven't actually gone in the fight to see it on this one. But I heard it wasn't the greatest on the randomizer. Okay, I think the door's basically blocked here, which is... It's okay, but that Wraith can go through walls. The shockwave kind of still goes around the wall. It's not, not the greatest. And the Sanctum Knight with the bow on top of it, too. What a combination here. Gotta love it. Just gonna put this right here. How did he... Dude, he triggered it without even trying to get close. What? Yeah, the cool thing is their first swing, you get iframes when they start their animation. I don't know if it's when you're doing something, too. I think it's if you're in the middle of something. Nothing happens for that first bit of the swing. I thought originally I was underneath it, but it seems like it's just safe. Single dark arrow from one of the worst enemies. Nice. That's insulting. Okay, mushroom guy's not a big deal here. Oh, okay, that's a big deal. This guy's tanky. Oh my god. You're not ready for the world, Brandon? You gotta make the coffee? You know, I'd agree with that with you, but like, it's kind of funny when I have it. I really like coffee, but I can get away with just forgetting that I even have it. So I'm still on the same one from earlier, and I only had like maybe 3 sips. And then I diluted it with more water and just heated it up because I was like, I don't even need to make a second one. I probably could do pretty well with none at this point. It's just, I love the flavor though. That's the thing that gets me. I used to eat coffee beans when I was a kid, and then I started drinking coffee when I was 12. So it's always been something that I've enjoyed on and off. Like either way, even if it was more of like an addiction at some point. But yeah, I have been in the vein of like, you know, it's the boot sequence, and like you literally need to have it to be alive kind of thing. You see, what, as a kid? Coffee beans. Like I would go and get just the dried coffee beans from the grocery store and I'd eat them. I would try to ask if I could eat them out of the machine when we were doing groceries. And they had like the thing where you turn it and it just like comes out into a bag. That section I like to hang out in and just smell the coffee. It was crazy. The boot sequence, yeah. The BIOS, it's just like press F11 for caffeine. Did that have you bouncing off the walls? I was already bouncing off the walls by default. Like, I never took naps as a baby. I don't think I took a single one, so I was already, like, a little unique in that case. Which, I know there's other people that have kids that have said the same thing, but it's not... You usually should be taking naps and all that, right? It was definitely a problem even outside of that, but apparently caffeine's supposed to help that kind of stuff a little bit with dopamine regulation and all that. I don't know if I can attest to it being that extreme, but it does taste good, though. Alright, this is pretty chill until that happened. Yo. Dude, excuse me. What? I want to go back up. This is not great. Not looking good at all. Safety. Just barely even being able to get in here. Yeah, with the enemies there, we gotta go in the fog gate, then backtrack after. I should have done that right away. We had the opportunity. It's a pretty chill fog gate. Oh my god, dude. Are you serious? Throne Defender and a bunch of randoms here? Okay, I'm using a mushroom on this part just so we can check it out and see what's going on. Might be the only way here. Oh, we got one of the casters. Oh my god, man. That's nonsense. And the Harvest Valley guy. Oh boy. This could be definitely doable, but just... Ah, man, what even? Okay, let's see if we can turn around one of these. It's a one-shot there, not bad. I need a little bit more durability on this weapon. Mannequin should just die, but it's gonna evade everything that I'm doing. Cyanite, I kind of want to backstab on him. Oh, that went through. Dude, so you can get the attack with the special there where it goes through their body and then hits the other person too. I was trying that earlier. I think if it hits directly dead center, it doesn't do it. Unless the actual beam missed the first guy and it was just the actual physical part. Hide Knight, I think we can just keep in his situation right there. Should be fine. Want to use another dried root? If I have a chance. Look how hard they hit. That's so crazy, man. That's an enemy from the Crypt as well, and I have a lot of defense at this point. It's probably in the 700s for a lot of the melee provisions, like strike and blunt, all that stuff. Elemental wise too, it's not too bad. Dude, it's also upgraded as well. Okay, so we're not using this weapon on Defender, no chance. Can I get him toxic? Let's see. Should have canceled it. Oh my god, okay, the casting saved me a bit. Oh, there's one of these guys too, are you serious? Okay, at least the Hide Knight doesn't activate. Oh, why is there more? They respawn. Get out of here. Dude. Okay, so we have to be fast. I got a mushroom again. I have to do it. Only way, man. Alright, defender down. Oh man, where's Seldora set? I'm missing some of the souls from that one. That's okay though. Oh, look at the other enemies that spawned in. That's terrible. So I'm not sure if they were on a timer where they would actually come back, or it was the fact that just some of them did, because, I mean, that was a fairly long fight anyways. Just not sure how long it would have taken if they were going to fill back up the arena. That could have been very bad. Okay, this is the Duke. Duke is the guy with the anvil on the chain. We got the key from him. He didn't drop any items, though. Usually he is the Dark Quartz ring, right? So I'm going to do all the Primal bonfires just because we need Aldia on this one, and I believe he shows up on the last Primal that you light, and also Dragon Airy. Or Dragon Shrine, technically. You've had executive function disorder since you were a kid, started smoking at 18, been struggling to quit since you started. Shit's rough. PK Monkey, I'm not sure what executive function disorder is. You'd have to send me some information on that one. But, if you're talking about cigarettes, dude, I've had some friends where it's, and also family as well. It took them a lot of attempts. Some of them never did. My uncle was a really interesting case where he just decided to stop, and he was actually able to after having it as part of his life since I think he was 16 when he started, and he quit at I think 32, so about 16 years. And somehow he was just able to do it. He just decided, and he could. My only way of looking at it is that the more attempts that you try to, the higher likelihood you actually will, so you just have to keep attempting it, and then each attempt has to be a little bit of a better effort or more conscious effort across the board. Maybe not, like, maybe it's not linear, but there has to be better attempts over time, and then you'll eventually have to, if with enough time, right? Is if you're serious enough, if you actually want it enough. But it's crazy though. I know some people in chat in our community that did quit for years. Like they've been good for like the last couple of years or so as well. So if you decide to pursue that again and you want some people to back you up or whatever, you want to talk about it here, you can go for it. Most people with ADHD struggle with executive function disorder, inability to mentally start something despite desire or need to. Interesting. I wonder how that works in terms of like what part of the brain is not working for you in that situation. Like what's the actual mechanism there? When is that boss normally played? So Throne Watcher and Defender is where Defender is from. It's the second last fight of the main game. And it was him as Freya, and then like a lot of bad enemies in that one. But it could be worse though. That could have been way worse. I'd say that wasn't unlucky, but it wasn't lucky. It was like middle of the road there. Okay, we're gonna do a bit more of I think strength maybe? Just so we can use some better weapons. The scaling for Drakewing is dexterity though, right? We have enough for the... Oh, you know what? Wait, let's save these. Let's get the rapier set up, and then that bow is now meeting requirements, I believe. This black bow. Wait, 25 dexterity. What? Never mind. Okay, I need 2 levels of dexterity for that. I thought it was 22. In Dark Souls 1, Ferris's black bow, what is it, 18 dexterity? They made it kind of tricky on this one. Kitty Raw, how are you doing? Yeah, there you go, speedrun. Might be a long play on that one. Best way to do it's never stop trying. Yeah, of course. Like even for years too. It's like you just have a higher chance. Like just mathematically it makes sense, right? Because you could just say like there's no point because it wouldn't work, but because you did try, but assuming that trying something in general has a an amount to it, like there's like a amount of times until it works, is not guaranteed. Like that's not going to make a lot of sense because you don't know that necessarily, right? But it's easy to just kind of justify it like that. It's kind of like learning a skill as well, or like trying to even like do something. For example, people that are afraid of swimming, maybe they're gonna like not float properly. They're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna drown if I don't have someone help me or whatever. I can't swim. it's like, dude, it's like even with kids, you gotta try multiple times sometimes. All right, rapier plus 10 is insane. That is what I would say godly on this if we can actually use it properly.
I'll be around.
What does no scaling mean? It means the enemies and the bosses typically are the exact same as they would be where they regularly appear in the game. So if I get a Sanctum Knight from the DLC at the very beginning, it has the same HP and damage. It doesn't get scaled for the area, so it's not like the game starts off hard right away and just stays that way, meaning that you struggle for most of the playthrough until you get to the point where you're kind of like late game ready for most things in general. So a lot of it is just like somehow surviving for a very long time, especially if you did Deathless. And we got to mark off our list as well. Here we go. All right, so now from here, Crypt is done. We could go to Aldia's, check out Guardian Dragon. It's another single fight. It's what you have. That's why you struggle to get started on projects that should be super easy. The executive function disorder. Okay. Yeah, I need to know like what the actual mechanism is for that. Then it's interesting. Because I've heard people say the same thing too, that don't have ADHD, and then there's people that say they have ADHD that probably clinically don't as well. Like there's a lot of overlap for so many things that I wonder if there's just a big pie and there's pieces of that everywhere. Dead? Definitely dead. Oh, not dead. Big chugs, big chugs. Keep it going, keep it going. You got it. You got it. You got it. It's all easy. See, big chugs. I'm dead. Wild. That part, a bow is required. Don't go in there and run past them or even try to hit them. Close up, no chance. Should have known. I did know on that one. I could have definitely done something better. That was just one of those like, hey, let's just keep playing kind of deaths there. Been watching Ots do this mod on permadeath and it seems so much fun. It is cool, but fun in quotations. Definitely, but he does difficult stuff though. He's really good at challenging things. I think he'll be fine. He's also really good at this game too. Yeah, this is how we were supposed to do it the first time. The non-casual way. Axel, I'm doing good, dude. How are you today? I hate telling people on the internet you have ADHD because you feel like it's dismissed. That's why you call it executive function. Fair enough. I totally, like, if you have you know, your situations that you're dealing with for neurology and then you just do your thing regardless. I think that it's just you have different strategies you have to employ for different types of wiring, and that's all it is for anything in general, even the more extreme ones. But it's mostly, I think it's more common when someone maybe just doesn't focus on something in general, no matter what neurology, and then they would attribute it to that because that's a common symptom. And that's where, like for me, for example, I was told that I had like a very bad case of it, but I denied it. I was like, no, there's no way. And then I actually got the testing and it was like, yeah, you have a pretty high level of it. And I was like, okay, I guess so. But I think it helped me more not thinking of that as much, because I couldn't say that it was that. I don't want to hold like an external thing as the culprit. It's more like I'm still responsible for that kind of thing regardless. But there's definitely good strategies too. Like if you, for example, like to focus on multiple things, like just keep tangible progress on them and try to see if they can relate somehow. It's a good one if you're kind of scattered. And then don't have stimulus of different things that could distract you or like take up more actual capacity, or I guess you could say like, yeah, you could say the capacity of your brain, or the bandwidth specifically. So let's say you went in a situation where there's like so many things going on and like your schedule or your plans were all over the place. Like that's not good for somebody that can't focus on things. So make your life very simple. You know, it's a very easy way to do it. So, yeah. been watching Dist attempt this permadeath, and it's driving him insane. Yeah, I've seen some moments where he, it's funny because I'll just have it in the background listening sometimes. I'll be working on something, and then he just, you can tell that he's in a situation that's difficult because he gets like a little tense, and then it's boom, it's like, you know, it's usually something silly that happens. I don't often get to catch what the actual death is, but I just see the part right after when he's restarting. And there was one in particular I saw where he didn't care, though. He was in Seldora, and he was like, I didn't really like this run anyways, and that was one of the only times I've heard him say that, so that was pretty interesting. Also, so in the randomizer, what they changed is they made it so the king ring doesn't have to be put on for this door to open. That's pretty interesting. We don't have any of that right now. And it just opened automatically. I'm just going to change these arrows around, too. I think it's time to go get more magic ones. Old ironclad leggings and the titanite shards. Oh, I can put the rapier on now, and I think it'll be better than this. $284. Might be worth doing an infusion on it, because I don't use resins that often. Although, again, I think we were talking about how thrust damage in this game is insane. So that's where we're going to get the bonus from. And we also have Leo Ring, too. Could use that. Alright, first time getting Aldia's bonfire over here in, I would say, years. There'd be no reason to get this normally. I'm definitely not even going to sit at it because we'd have to worry about all that stuff again. But we'll just light it. Galaxy, I'm glad that you're taking the time that you need to for your situation right now. I know that it's kind of hard to if you're, you know, you got a lot of goals, especially I know you're doing a lot of your own stuff that you wanted to work on, and then you had a lot of other people's stuff as a responsibility. So if you can kind of prioritize yourself over that right now, it's probably going to be worth it in the end to be able to do everything better in the future, right? But I'm glad you're actually going through it slowly and steadily and actually, you know, improving from that instead of just like kind of brute forcing it, because that'd be something I would struggle with quite a bit in that situation. I'd probably just try to do more things if not less. Okay, so for Aldia's, there's the mirror section where they have a chest there, I believe. I don't know what this does. Can't remember. Alien Lois. Ooh. I actually really like this weapon, but I don't know how good it is on this. Very cool, though. Does it have an effect that heals you or something? Let me see. No, it just has the special. Oh, wait, yeah, wait. With a hit from its strong attack, it can restore allies' HP. The moon hat? Nice. I don't know if anyone else is bothered by the fact they put the chests off center in this tiny space right here. They didn't put it completely centered. That's super annoying. And that actually might be the worst placed chest ever that I've seen in any of these games. Why'd they do that? What was the reason for that one? Angry Nudes, welcome back. What's going on? Thank you, by the way. Yeah, this one's one of my favorite ones, too. This one actually, like, ties up pretty nicely. I was saying how some of them, they're the same package, but they just, the fabric's different for some reason. Xanthus Crown, okay. The Dahlia Soul, not worth it. Alright, it's Drakewing time, let's go. Drakewing for the goobers here. Double, maybe? Double hit? Oh, this Faram guy as well. Oh, okay, I gotta watch out. Faram guy's serious. Oh, I thought I could get all three of them. The fact they casted Warmth is so rude. Or was that... Oh, that was the effect from the Estus. Never mind. Thought I saw Warmth there for a second. Alright, they didn't drop anything. When you put a trunk in your closet, do you put it dead center or do you scoot it to the side to make more room for other stuff? It would depend on if there is other stuff or not. If there's no other stuff, then it has to go dead center because you're wasting more time having to turn to open it, right? Remember, like, I had a bucket of salt in the front closet one time, and I put it dead center because there wasn't enough other stuff to... Like, it's also priority, so if there's an item that's, like, dead center, and you're going to grab it more often than other things, it has to be a little bit easier, in my opinion. If that's the only thing. So there's a lot of stuff, then whatever, but that was one chest, though. So I would do dead center if it was the only thing, for sure. It's just funny because it's a game design. It doesn't look that good. Like, it doesn't even matter if it's, like, realistic or not. It's just that... Unless there's something else that happens there that I don't know about, that's a weird one. They always seem to do it very uniform and centered. Crest of the Rat. Is that the rat ring? Santu, how's your day been going? What's up? Thankful that you're able to figure out what works for you as a child. You sympathize so much for people who actually struggle with it and don't get help they need until later in life. PK? Yeah, that's a thing that happens pretty often with a lot of things. It's like, depends, I guess, on how much you are introspective of certain scenarios, how much your deductive skills, and maybe even how much time, like how much ability you have for reflection or time you have for reflection for certain circumstances. Because it could be one of those things where you don't have the ability, you don't have the time. You're just kind of strung along for a bunch of things as a child. It's like, gotta do this, gotta do that. No time for this, no time for that. We're not thinking about this. Or you're told a lot of other stuff. I was having that conversation, actually, with family recently. Lingering, Dragon Crest Ring. So that's gonna... would that help for anything we got? I think it might help for Pyromancy. We got the Whip Dude from On the Way to the Chariot. Whoa! What? What was that? Why'd that move? That was crazy. Fire Seed, nice. Been looking for another Fire Seed. Still got to make dinner. Other than that, just chilling. What are you making? Got the coffee in tow. Yeah, I'm just imagining like a chariot pulling it. It's like a gigantic bin or like a barrel of it. There's like horses that look like the chariot that takes you to Canehurst, just pulling it in the night by torch. It was covering up a hole. That's true, actually. It was a preventative chest placement. Oh man. All right. Yeah, Simpleton's Spice. I think that would actually help a little bit. We haven't been using a lot of the restoration items for magic on this. You know what? I'm gonna get the bonfire on this one. Oh, dude, Seldora row broken. Thank God it's just the Seldora set because I don't need that to work. That doesn't have to have defense. Doesn't matter. Joke's on you, game. Although it might be on me in a second. Where do we turn here? Let's see. Right this way? Oh, thank God I got the iframes there. Okay, I'm gonna actually sit at this one. Since we don't get the full-on chase from every enemy we pass by beforehand, it's just gonna be these guys again. Other than that part with the mirrors, Aldia's doesn't seem too bad on this. I don't think it has enough stuff in it. Invisible spider, dude. Gotta love it, man. So it almost seems like, and I don't know if this is possible in light areas, but it seems like if you had a flame butterfly on your bar at all times, and there was the ability to illuminate something and have a shadow casted, you could determine what invisible enemy you have in front of you in a lot of different spaces just by doing the torch from the inventory with the flame butterfly. It's a lot of work. That almost is like 500 IQ. Like, you don't need to do that, but the only way we've had some chance is the shadows on this one. Like, otherwise it's a little bit rough. It's not that easy to know based on the sound effect alone. Excuse me. Oh my God. Yeah, it's kind of a pain otherwise. Do you have a favorite no-hit runner? Well, I don't have a favorite, like, person that does a particular type of content overall, like a singular one. Other than just, like, my favorite streamer was Faraz, and I'd still say he is, even though he doesn't do content anymore, and he did do hitless runs, so at the time it would be him. For, like, regular hitless runs, no. Like, no favorite speedrunner of all time for every single game, because there's so many specializations. And then, yeah, no favorite challenge runner, no favorite, like, music streamer, no favorite artist streamer, or, like, someone that paints. Because there's so many different people that do different specific things. You'd have to kind of get into, like, specific styles of stuff. And then I'd have a person that's the best at that type of approach. I can't even speak right now. Oh my God. Aldia's Keep, dude. It's got me choked up a bit. Am I your favorite user, String? You are my favorite user that uses the TTS messages to the maximum extent every single time, to the point where we have to actually turn off the alerts for it. That's definitely the, yeah. It's definitely a thing. Ralph, guess what you just did? Didn't cry? Or get scared of the gameplay? Maybe? Okay, can we get staggers here? Mad Warrior Invader's pretty bad. They're not the nicest. Went to the supermarket, Ralph. What'd you get? When's the next guitar stream? So I've never actually done a guitar stream before. Yeah, it'd be cool, but like I need to actually buy some equipment for that. I wouldn't be able to do it with the setup we got now, unfortunately. I've already gone to the extent of it, talked to all the people that do them, and they have extra, like they have a mixer specifically that has analog sends into a virtual audio cable into a direct recording session, and then virtual audio cable that out into OBS. So it would be an investment and stuff like that, but I could do mic'd up with an acoustic guitar, though I don't have an acoustic guitar that's that great. I have my a classical style electric that's not loud enough, unfortunately, but it would be something we could kind of screw around with. My acoustic guitar is not the greatest to play the stuff I want to play. So just be like basic stuff, but other than that, yeah. I think that there's a higher likelihood of me being able to even do the drums, because I could do the VST standalone and then I guess, send the audio from that through OBS as a desktop capture, potentially, if it doesn't overtake the signal from it. If I got it on this computer, and then just run a really long cable to the other room, like that'd probably be even easier than doing the guitar right now. Coffee and acoustic stream one day would be dope. Yeah, I'm not an acoustic player, really. That's the thing. I just like the nylon string that I have, because it plays just as good as an electric guitar. And I was learning fingerstyle, but I'm not really an acoustic player. That's the tricky part. I'd probably take the electric guitar and I'd learn songs that you guys request from video games within an hour. Like, we do a speed run of learn this in an hour. Play this 3-minute song within 60 minutes decently. And then I'd use it to kind of build a set list for stuff I'd already make videos for. And still, you know, use it as a way to improve my learning speed. That was the original goal. I was already going to sit and record those anyways when there was extra time, but still got some goals on the drums first. There's still some room to improve. I still have been playing guitar here and there. I did learn some songs in the meantime, but nothing insane yet. Want to take a crack at, I think it would be Rubicon Artist specifically is like a huge goal for me. It's like my next insane guitar song that I want to do. We got regular Guardian Dragon as Guardian Dragon, by the way. As we were doing that. And didn't switch the Seldora set quick enough. All right. The Tim Henson signature stream. Yeah, one thing, unfortunately, too, for me is, like, it's as much as, like, I really do like the music stuff. Oh, no, there's the item there. We have to go back down after this. As much as the music stuff's cool, like, I have to keep it to a minimal for how much time I invest into making content for it, because it's not, like, it's not my thing. It's not my career, right? If I was an artist or I was doing full-time music, I'd have to put all my time into that, but it's not smart for me to actually put a lot of time into those kind of things. It hurts the overall progression of everything we're doing. So you take a hit, right? And to take a hit for guitar just to stream it versus just making a video when I'd already not be streaming during the hours that are like my downtime would be way easier. Because then, like, in the future, when that you know, that channel gets the monetization and we just make passive income on the videos, there's like a longer term gain from it than the initial stream that would take up my regular hours. Like, I'd rather even do collaborations like over that, even though collaborations sometimes they do hurt the channel as well, depending on you know, split attention, unless it's like a power thing where you're like strategizing to do something that only multiple people could do together, you know, like Seamless or something like that. But otherwise it's a really hard thing to justify for content. And you'll see even like a lot of the people that do music full time, like it's almost impossible to do music streams and like live off of it. You'd have to do other stuff too. It's one of the hardest things. This platform's not set up for that at all. There's almost no recognition for it. And even gaming alone, you're in a fraction of a percent if you can even do it of all time, of all the millions of channels that have been made. So that's the only issue, really. You know, even you notice like there's a lot of like massive content creators like the top on this platform. They play music or they do other things. They'll never share it on their stream because it's just like it's not optimized. And it's not even because they don't still do that, or they some of them do have side channels. Even some famous people too that do YouTube as well. They'll have like their main YouTube, and they'll have a hidden channel they don't promote that is for music or is for their other types of skills, and they don't plug it that often because it hurts. It's just, and I would recommend, if I was telling someone how to do content, I would say just don't do that. Same thing as like don't play esports games, don't play StarCraft, don't play League of Legends at all unless you're in your downtime. If you want to optimize for you know, the main stuff that you enjoy doing. But it would be nice if you could just do things because you like them or you're good. That'd be cool.
Long have I awaited one such as you.
I guess to say that all the time. If you could always do things that are you're just
fate.
wanting to get good at or
One
share,
who can
right?
set me free.
It's got to be packaged a certain way.
Bearer of the curse. It was my own manifestation that led you here.
So now Emerald Herald is
The ancient dragon has watched
Chloanne.
over the world for eons past. Take this.
Brigley, thank
Do
you so
not
much for the 4
resist.
months, man.
The dragon welcomes you.
This one's for Guardian Dragon, starring as Guardian Dragon. That's the second time we've seen that. Or is it the third? Because we had Rotten as Rotten. There was something else that was itself too, I believe. Trying to remember. Rotten was bugging out a lot though as himself. Guardian Dragon was doing normal stuff. Okay, we have the feather that we found anyways in the beginning. Twitch and its amazing discovery. Yeah, you have to do basically like something that goes like huge on another platform, get talked about on Reddit, and then do main page cycles, and also have like carryover from giant raids that are like disproportionate to your community size for like years on end from like the same communities, and then you can get funneled into like the top, like the higher tier stuff. Like there is like I could make like a map of how it would happen over the course of a year or two, and I've seen it happen to people, but it's like, and if it's not something from that variety of things, you have a very low chance unless you have other platforms going to that you're organically building. And I think it's been like that for a while, maybe not since the beginning, but pretty close to the beginning. She's still sitting too. Yeah, exactly. Like as the blacksmith, it was kind of funny because she was holding a foot. Aldia built this whole keep with all the windows and doors facing muddy green foggy area, and only this tiny back door with an elevator facing the sun and the most beautiful view in the game. That's true. He wanted to keep focused. He was doing his I don't even know what you call it. His deep work. Aldia's deep work in the mansion was in the shadows. Okay, for the Primal bonfires so far, we haven't done Iron King, which means I don't think he would pop up at this one right away, because you'd usually see Aldia right here. Also, we got to update counter for Guardian, and then we're on our way to Ancient Dragon. We haven't seen Ancient Dragon as an enemy yet. That could be scary. Okay, let's get levels again. Then yeah, I'm debating increasing the rapier with just a dark gem and avoiding using the resins on it, because we don't have a lot. We have
Bearer of the curse.
less than
I
20
will always be at your side
of you, like ones that are actually good,
until hope has fully withered.
not counting poison. Aldia isn't going to show there. No, you would have had to have done, I think, the Primal bonfires, wouldn't you? It might have been because I didn't take Freya's bonfire back to Majula. Or, sorry, the Rottens, because we went past the Rottens one, and we went into the DLC. Alright, so we go, dexterity is already 25 for that bow. Do 25 strength as well, and a bit more vitality.
Oh,
Okay. So for the better bow, should have enough Titanite to get it up to speed. I think it's worth doing regular Titanite investment in this at this point. Just need 2 more larges and we can get it pretty far. How many chunks do we got? Okay, none left for those. Dude, 13 of the bone... Oh my god, the petrified bones. Wondering if I'm in a range to use something else now. Is the war pick worth it? Malformed is Twinkling Titanite. Crescent Axe is Twinkling Titanite. It's mainly the dragon weapons. This sword in particular, it seems like it might be worth it because it's just a regular greatsword. It's a little bit faster than the Ultra. And it can be buffed as well. Just don't know how the scaling is. Oh, Dragon Rider Twin Blade seems like it'd be cool too. I think I think we should try Dragon Rider's Twin Blade. And then run out of souls to be able to upgrade it. Yeah, I don't want to use Old Iron Kings. I think we're going to have to just upgrade that slowly. I want to save that to trade to Strayed when he has it in his inventory. We have to actually go to Old Iron King first, though.
I'll be...
Alright, let's see how the damage is on this one. $327, but it hits 1,000,000 times, and it looks like a ripstick. If anybody remembers what a ripstick is, this is the ripstick weapon. Okay, we have no more bone dusts. We don't have any other Estus shards either. I think we're good for that. Back to Shrine. Twin blades are nice. I wanted the red rusted one, or the, sorry, red iron twin blade. We found it. Just, you gotta trade a soul for it that I don't believe I have at the moment. Might have already used it too. I think it was in trade for Dragon Rider's soul. And I can't remember if you find more than one Dragon Rider soul in this. I'm imagining because of the first one you kill, and there's the double fight, right? Was there anything under here? Oh, Pharaoh's Lockstone. How many do we got of those? 4 of them. I will partake in that one. All your homies love ripsticks. The 80s homies. Were ripsticks actually a thing back in the day? They brought them back, or are you just joking about that? Because yeah, it wasn't like for my time as much. I think I was a little bit older once that became very big. Remember there was a kid in the neighborhood that would use one though. At one point I was like, that's interesting. I tried it, it was interesting. It wasn't as fun as I thought it would be. But it seems like it could be a bit of a workout. Oh, we got a Sonic there, oh no. That went back. Nice. Okay, at least they get interrupted by the bow. These are the enemies that led me to not go get the 4th Lois Knight on the damageless routing for this game, because there's like, I think it's 3 of them or something. And one of them is in front of a pillar that you have to approach and just kind of sneaks out from behind it. It's not a nice enemy. They're worse than bone wheels. It's like a bone wheel times 10. When they're red, they're called knuckles. Good point. Yeah, we should be canonically accurate here. Oh my god. Don't break the chest. Although you guys are saying it's harder to have the chest broken, right? Bandit's Knife +3 and a raw stone. This guy's stuck. Oh my god, how did that still hit? That was a pretty big hit off the R2 there. Wow. Oh, and then, wait, does he have an invisible enemy with him? Oh, that was just like the fade out? Wow, that scared me. I'm like, he has one overlapping him somehow. Then 3 Elizabeth mushrooms, amazing. It's really good. Weapons have random upgrades, or is that just one that exists elsewhere in the normal game? I'm pretty sure it exists elsewhere. I haven't seen anything that looks like they've just had random upgrades given to them. But it's possible. Like, I would imagine it's just one that's already upgraded by default. Because at that point, then I'd be like, why didn't they do that with armor as well? And shields and all that. It's only happened once in a while that we found one already upgraded. Trying to remember how we get back up from here. There's definitely got to be some sort of way, but we might be locked into this part now. There's a little sequence to get through the Covenant. Life Ring +1 in Poison Stone. Finally can upgrade Life Ring? Wow. Imagine. Life Ring's probably not even worth it at this point. I was saying once I got around 40 Vigor that we wouldn't really need to consider it as a big deal, right? She's got a really fast jump, but a big landing from it, though. The bacon animal? It makes me uncomfortable that they look really slick. I don't like that. Flat dude's flash sweat. Nice. I was talking about that earlier. And we had flash sweat help us a lot on Dark Souls 1. And then on the actual deathless itself, flash sweat pulled through huge on Centipede Demon. And this one, there's no areas that I feel like it would help with environmentally, but definitely certain fights. Like maybe Iron Keep, it could be good for the area, for the flames that are coming out of the statues. So, Orheim. Oh, he took a lot of fall damage there. I'm sorry, man. Should have got the spring-loaded knee extension. There's NG plus enemies in here too. There is, yeah. The invaders are randomized, and regular enemies could be the higher new game cycle variants, which it's evil, dude. It's and like from the very beginning too, from like right when you started, it's like that. Magic barrier, large titanite shard, not bad. I'll take those, and then you can just go back down here. I haven't been to this exact part for so long. Fragrant Branch of Yore, nice. That would normally be there. Oh, hi. That's terrible. You love it. It's evil. This randomizer is literally evil. It's kind of cool though, because typically a lot of people will say Dark Souls 2 is kind of easy. In some cases they're boring or whatever, but like this makes it so flavorful that it might be a little bit too much. Oh my god, wait, what is that? Oh, that's Congregation, okay. Oh, he's healing everybody. Dude, that's crazy that he can heal from that far away. Come on. Stop giving everyone buffs. Dude, friendly fires on the regular soldier there. Oh my god. That helped me a little bit. Okay, Congregation, thank you for the assist. I'll take that. I've got a caster over there already active too. Oh, this is not a great situation here. Okay, that Congregation, you gotta go first. Oh, he's just gonna keep healing himself. Unbelievable. No way. What if I stun you with the headshot though? Did we find the cheat codes here? How many deaths so far? I can show you once we get back to Majula. I'm not 100% sure though. Okay, let's go for this first. At least 7. At least 7 times 10. Also, welcome, Dido. How's your day going? You like the setting in Elden Ring Rando where all the weapons you find are the level you've upgraded the highest to? It's a feature worth considering in base game. That would be amazing in this because it would save you so much hassle of trying to get ready for different scenarios. There's so many cases where like a single type of weapon won't be enough. Like you could have a light weapon. Sure, yeah, you could play the whole thing with the rapier. I would say even that's not really the same as, you know, a normal challenge run you would be doing mostly with that. You'd probably want a couple other things. So it would just save you so much time with that. Then you wouldn't have to rely on getting really lucky with the resources or finding merchants that actually do have the unlimited ones. And that's on this the biggest difference is the merchants don't seem to have as good of stuff as plentiful. It's a little bit scarce for trying to find items through people. Like the DS1 version, it seemed almost like it was broken sometimes. Like right away you'd find amazing stuff in merchants. It's going good, Dido. Thank you for asking. Appreciate it. Okay, we got through there without any problems. Nice. Maybe what I should be doing on this run is timing how long it takes to not die. Or since the last death. Alright, we got Mytha. Rare opportunity to get a close-up on the face here. Pretty good detail. Dude, her face detail is better than our characters when we make it. Alright, I'm gonna just get a pose right now for the camera. Yay, we went to Mythaland. We got a picture with it. Has horns. Looks like it, yeah. You would never notice that, though. Unless you were just noticing as you die and she goes up to the camera or something. Alright, starting this off with a couple lingering flames. How many are needed? Does she have Ancient Dragon HP? This could be hard if she does. This is going to be a really big test of how good I am at Mytha. Oh, no, she's got regular HP. Oh. Oh, I see. Hello? Hi? Okay, never mind. All good. That was an easy one. Didn't switch the armor in time. Okay. Ancient Dragon down too. That was a rip-off fight. That was it's got a little bit of a scam, I would say. Tiny bit of a scam. Have I encountered Ancient Dragon? No, not at all. I've been waiting for Ancient Dragon particularly, and I was waiting for Ivory King. We found Ivory King in place of Demon of Song, which was amazing. That was my favorite fight so far. We had a really cool one with Velstadt and Darklurker as well in a double fight. Okay, so now we have to go to either the Sanctum for the triple fight. Could do... I guess we could check Giant Lord Memory. Because you got Ashen Mistheart, we could see how bad that is. Every enemy in that should be different too.
You again?
Don't think Mythic carries anything different at this point. Wondering, oh yeah, the Smelter Demon Boots would have been another good choice that I didn't grab pretty early.
Thank you.
She's got the really good staff as well. Ancient Dragon doesn't move in the randomizer? Oh. So they have to fix that? Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring, nice. Okay. I don't know how good that is in this game, but we could try it out. It's interesting. What about the arrows? Let's get more arrows. The hag cosplay as Strayed, yeah. There's a lot of Strayeds we found in this one. He's pretty popular.
Thanks for the purchase. Do come.
Alright, so that's that. Man, I'm basically buying time until Skeleton Lords. That's the idea. I think that would be the strategy actually doing this as well, as you would already complete both the DLCs. At least the third one.
I will always be at your side until hope.
And then you do any percent if you can manage to. I think the Soul Memory would typically be enough, because we haven't used one single ascetic yet. I only did, technically, the 2 Great Souls for the most part of the playthrough until today. Then we just did Freya, but we already had the Soul Memory to, you know, go and do all the other stuff. Very, very fast. I guess Vitality again. Her happy voice coming from behind the mask. Malentia's voice actor is one of my favorites at this point. If you guys could pick one NPC from this game particularly that is your all-time favorite, what is it? Because I have a hard time doing that on this game. It's tricky. I think we gotta go Cardinal Tower. We already opened the door for that to get to the Giant Lord Memory. Oh, you know what? We could get other Giant Souls from doing the other memories, but they would probably be terrifying. We just have to run through. We don't have to, like, loot anything necessarily. I could, because there is items in the memories, but if we can survive to the end and then just kill that last enemy, we can technically get the Giant Souls for Giant Lord as Vendrick. Twitchy Gren. Instead of Titchy Gren, it's Twitchy Gren. I like that. Titchy is pretty cool. Shot Choir is the best. Okay. Yeah, without a quest line, Shot Choir would be my favorite. Just base NPC that doesn't do anything but just sell stuff. Malentia. Gilligan. Oh yeah, check the deaths, my bad. Okay, yep, didn't go to the monument. It's got to be after Giant Lord now. It's just because, like, we have such an excessive amount that I'm just trying to hide it. It's the truth. Probably got 5 million deaths on this one. I bet you we probably could have avoided half of them without doing anything too different. Just in terms of, like, you know that situation where I was trying to run to Aldia's and I just ran into the area? Like, just not doing that kind of stuff, right? Knowing that the lower bonfire for Seldora would have been scuffed could help a bit too, but aside from even that one, just a little bit more careful decision making. Forlorn's your favorite NPC. Does that count though? I'm thinking good guy, or someone that would actually have a quest line or help you, right? Theory that those T-Rex looking guys are the design retcon of the dragon butt enemies from DS1. They are similar. They're definitely very similar, but they have heads though. So if you think of it this way, when they made the DLC, it was pretty late into the development of everything. It was after this was done that they released it. So let's say they're about to launch this. They already have the DLC 1 plan. They're like, shit, we need an enemy. This area's empty. What do we do? It's like, what would Miyazaki do? They're like, they look back to that date that Namco Bandai gave them the deadline, and they're just like, feet, no upper body, a tail. We're just gonna add a head and make it better. And just like, yes, that's a great idea. Whoever made it got a promotion, and then was immediately fired as soon as Elden Ring was starting to be made. They're like, we can't do that with Elden Ring. Straight is your favorite? Oh, we didn't check the area where there's the lizards down here yet. Could be a thing we do right after this. And then I do have to go back to Majula and check deaths as well. Wow, streamer, how did you get illusory ring of the entire body? Because there is no reward for beating the game without dying for that. Cheating in the cutscene, streamer. I don't even know what is down there. I guess we're gonna figure it out. Okay, we got the catapult to help a little bit. Oh, it didn't blow up, unfortunately. I'm wondering if in this rando they actually changed the properties for iframes on backstabs, because it looks like I got them there, and you don't normally. Unless maybe it's only from certain enemies that they can still do damage. But it's like greatly reduced usually. I don't remember it being that lenient. Santier spear over there. We were gonna buy that one actually. Oh, don't you even try to do that. Yo, that's cheating. Come on. That's insane. The damage on that is spicy. Okay. We actually don't have to kill these guys, but I wanted to try. Thought it'd be cool. Is it though? Let's see. Smelter Warrior's almost dead, but again, that attack right there is scary. Okay, here we go. Got something going here. Flame Quartz Ring +1. I think we might have the upgraded version. Oh, it's Covetous Demon in here. Uh-oh. Check the Fire Sword chest under Cardinal Tower? No, not yet. In Dark Souls, who made all these structures, lore-wise? It doesn't really, like, give you any information on that stuff. It was just like a kingdom. Usually the timeline in which you come into the conflict, like the kingdom's either collapsing or it's already pretty old. There's never a new kingdom in any of these games in general. It's always just on the tail end of the events. Although there is Gilligan in this one, so he will make you the ladder for the well, if you want. Oh my god. Oh, dude, I can't see. Don't die, Covetous Demon. I can't see. I can't. No way. No way, man. No way. No way. That's insane, dude. Probably should have just not killed those enemies in the beginning. There's no point. We didn't even get that good of items anyways. Dude, imagine Covetous. Actually, I was saying that I think I have to quit playing the game forever if Covetous Demon got me in damageless. If it like actually straight up killed me when I was practicing. I said something like that. There was also a claim for that on Demon Souls for something that I have to actually quit. Oh, False King Allant. If False King Allant got me on a damageless run, with even just a single hit, I'd have to just quit. Like, I can't play Demon Souls ever again. It's almost worthy of the exact same fate right there. Giant lard. Oh no. Okay, Golem, don't make it all the way over here, please. I'm gonna go over here. Might be even easier. I don't know if he can make it up to this part. Oh, Chloranthy Ring +1. Okay. The Golem can make it up to there. Did I get him on the backswing? I think the backswing of the weapon got him there somehow. I think the secret is Covetous Demon becomes kind of tricky if he's in a small space. But look at this. Look how cheesy this is. Was this randomizer made by Matt? I have no idea who made this one at all. I'm not sure. When in doubt, bow and arrows, yeah. Like, especially if you were going to do this deathless, on this particular part, you'd want to do exactly what I'm doing right now. This would be the smartest thing to do. I don't think you want to fight Covetous Demon. Even though you could have the resources, you could just be like, yeah, let's do it. This is so far into a run that I would have to be doing this on deathless. But we're not going to do that the whole time. We'll get back in there. Just most of the fight. Oh, wow, that last 10 seconds was so scary. Look how close it was. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Incredible. Wow. Is Demon Souls Remake coming to PC? I don't think it is, no. You heard it was, but that was a while ago. I would imagine that it already would have by now, with how long it's been out for. Invaded, oh shit. Fancy parry? Dude, that does so much damage. Oh my god. What? What? Deleted. Well, you know what? I would probably still go for that in a run. I'm pretty good at the parries on the Greatsword. I think everybody is. It's very simple. That's so funny, though. Oh my god. Okay. I'm going back over here. So this is where the Fire Sword chest would be. I think you would potentially come here early if for some reason you felt safe by the time you made it to Cardinal Tower, but from what I've understood on this, Cardinal Tower, getting into it is one of the hardest things you can do for the running sections, doing Deathless, so I don't think you're coming here early in the game. It would be like early on in the progression of fights, but you'd be set up decently. And this already still looks pretty bad. Oh. What? Guys, did you know that was possible? Did any... Wait a second. I've never seen that before. I was just playing around. Is that new information? Wait, can someone make sure that there's the understanding in the community that that's a thing? That has a special animation, yeah. When would you ever be in a position to do that? I was scared that the game was glitching and I was like just kind of floating on his head or something, and then I was like, oh wait, he's got a plunge animation? What? That's crazy. Wow. Like they're not in areas where you get above them that easily. It would be Dragonlight Castle and then Doors of Pharos. Doors of Pharos guy, like there's the tiny walk up on the stairs. That's it. Dragonlight Castle's flat. There'd be no way. Like, yeah, Doors of Pharos still would be weird though. I wonder if there's a clip of that exists. Like, I'm sure someone's probably tried it in this now, but wow. Wow, that's insane. Couldn't imagine. Okay, lose your Ring of Exalted. It's not that great. And back to Majula. The head walking. Anyone done all enemies hitless run of any Souls game? I think for Dark Souls 3 it either has been completed or the PB was 1 or 2. There was someone telling me about like that one was almost done. It could have been they took a break from it though.
You?
I think for that run it's not so much that like the difficulty is that much greater, it's just tedious. Because a lot of the basic enemies at some point you just you wouldn't have to do it linear, you would just go and get set up and then just go back and delete everything, right? So very easy strategy to probably make it quick.
Bearer
even
of the curse, I
but
will
the build
always
might have
be
to be
at your
different.
side.
I think for this particular game, as you're going through, I could see it being even more feasible because you do kill a super high concentration of enemies even just on damage list. Like, it's insane. You almost clear it almost, I would say 70% of every area that you would run through, if even 100% of the path you're actually taking. So just be like side features and like random corners that don't really get played as much. Okay, so Vitality 25 seems okay now. Could start going with more ADP if we wanted to. Could get the... Is it 105 or 110 agility that we need? It's like at that point where I don't really care too much about anything else. Like endurance is even still pretty good on this. It's either that or we just do strength. Okay, I'm gonna go strength. Distraction Crab was the dude doing it. He had one hit on the guy that throws the axe during the gauntlet to kill the wyvern in Archdragon Peak. Chain Snake, the axe throwing Chain Snake. Uh-oh.
Hello.
That's unfortunate. That sucks, man.
Be safe.
Oh, do we have the Pyromancy Seed
Yes.
requirement here? We have 2 Fire Seeds. Okay, perfect. Nice.
I'm always here. So come.
Any guess on deaths if you guys have seen most of this so far? Before we even check. Keep in mind again how much stuff we've actually done as well. And then I think I gotta update the counter for Covetous, right? $17, dude, way more than that. No way. Times like 100 maybe. 120, okay. 25. 25 is so low still. 2.5. 70. There you go. All right. We'll see if we can keep it under 100 before the end, but I don't know. Okay, so now do we check the Sanctum? We could go into Throne of Want. We could check Throne Watcher Defender and warp out. But what I'm trying to remember is if you need to make sure Aldia appears before that to make it actually cue the fight later. I don't know for sure if that's the case. I say we check the triple fight in Sanctum. See how bad it is. So I'm trying to think of where we would go from there. We'd do the second bonfire, then we'd run the alternate path to get to the cave. Okay. At least 5, yeah. Close, 25? I think you and Dido are almost just as close. I think the one good thing, though, is no gravity deaths, and a large portion of those are just absolutely avoidable. Like, it's mostly just decisions on this. Of course, there's probably some where you'd have to actually have them to learn, but I think a lot of them are just decisions. I've calculated that you've died 75 times according to the laws of quantum mechanics and advanced graph theory based on a weight of 1.2 kilometers per liter. Well, the thing is, though, if it's pounds per square inch, though, then you would have to calculate the velocity at the terminal rate of Mach 5 divided by 7 if the waves of the ocean themselves were actually directed by the moon's magnetism at a time where the actual planet gained a little bit of traction going closer in the rotation on the solar map. So, therefore, the actual age of... what would it be? Sagittarius would actually probably overthrow the entire balance of your theory there. This Mastodon's leaning back. Exo. Oh, it's a pretty good replacement for the caster over here. Oh my god, dude. What? Okay, whoa, chill. What? That's not even real, man. Maybe that's not a good replacement for the caster over there. I spoke too soon. What is that damage? I don't even remember them hitting that much when we actually find those enemies. Lois Soul, okay. Gotta take into account the weight of a small bug and times that by the sound waves of a fish going through a brick wall around 22.546 meters per mile. That's true, actually. I didn't think about that one, so I'll have to recalculate a couple of those things, but... yeah, brick wall fish is definitely important. Treacle pine resin. Another fire seed. This might be the best lineup of chests in one area we've found so far. Then the resin and the golden fruit bomb. Need a clip of that scientific exchange, amateur. What are you going to use it for? Just to kind of study, to learn the equation? It's going to be on the test on Thursday, but you have some time, though. Didn't specify what kind of bug. Ooh. Yeah, I think that the thing is it has to be a tardigrade by default, but the problem is because you said bug and a tardigrade could be considered different, that, like the nuclear properties of it aren't even accounted for at all in translation to something like a cockroach, so therefore its survivability and durability on the surface of the planet with the regular gravity would be completely different, and that's where you went wrong. But in space, though, in complete space, outside atmosphere of the planet, maybe it would work. All right. Now, this part, which normally is pretty bad, might be better. An easy mistake to make for sure, yes. It's alright though, when it happens. Okay, I want to check something and see if SIBO technically is going to underperform Hunters. I think it would at this point, because our dex is meeting requirements, but it's not exceeding it, right? So 183. It's like only marginally better. It might be the range, though, that we can get some more use out of. Does it weigh more, though? Let me see. 2? Same thing. Okay. SIBO typically is not the greatest. The Majula peg ruining everything, imagine. That was a little lucky there. Can't really get the ground hit that easily on that one. Oh, Bright Bug drop again. We haven't used any yet, but that's probably one of the best ones you can get. I don't think there's anything over there. Didn't think about Cave of the Dead. Good luck. Yeah, this part normally sucks though, so I feel like this layout, it's slightly worse, but it's not necessarily completely worse. Most of the enemies down here are actually better, but just, oh man. The mini golem thing from the third DLC is so tanky, and then those casters, like the Ladia one and the one from DLC 2, just stupid, man. Mini Gavilan over here. What if I could still run the route of this part properly? Let's see. Let's see with medium equip load. Okay, kind of. Just need a bigger lead distance there. Oh my. You ran this randomizer and one of the pigs was blue smelter. Did you have the setting on where there's a % chance for enemies to turn into bosses? Because I noticed there was that option. And someone was making a point saying if you got something like Ancient Dragon, it'd be a huge advantage because he doesn't actually do anything on this. And then even beyond that too, if you could find a way to just farm him till he despawns, you get a lot of farming out of that. Like it would give you a pretty high value. Blue Smelter down here wouldn't even fit though, so I'm wondering how that would look in a small area. I have a feeling with this randomizer they'd find a way for it to just be swinging through every object either way. There's just the statue there. I forgot about that one. That's funny. That's not an area you'd normally need to go to for the runs I've been doing. That's really, really funny, man. They're like, if you didn't already get petrification from every single one of the 100 of these things on the way over here, there's just a massive one that just has a spray at the end. Just in case. They just want to cover all bases. They're being pretty diligent there. What the hell's going on, man? That is just beyond, man. I don't even understand. Like, whoever designed this, if they did get a promotion, then we really know what Tanamura was up to. We can really see what their vision was. Okay. Brightbug on this one might be a good idea. I'm trying to think of all the fights we would want to use one for. It's only if I know it's going to be a good fight that we could actually do it. So I'm going to have to use it in the arena. Other than that, best of luck. Let's see. Okay. Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, that's... No. There's... Speaking to Blue Smelter. We have Blue Smelter. I don't know if Aldia will pop up right beside me over here, but there's Blue Smelter, man. And now he's stuck, which could be really good. Could be amazing. Could we toxic him? Let's see. I think that's blocking. Oh, it works. Nice. We have poison arrows as well, so we're probably going to end up using them on Blue Smelter. No doubt, dude. No doubt. And just survive the corner with Aldia. LGK for the meantime. Rapier on this one. He's like, I think I'm turning around. What am I seeing? Well, this is a really bad trio. So, I mean, I could see some other things on this where you'd probably have a similar layout where, like, you know, someone gets stuck at least. Maybe two of them. Only thing is LGK can jump. He won't jump because he wants to, based on being stuck, obviously. It would just be based on range. Aldia seems safe, though, from his spawn. Like, he doesn't seem like he can actually appear where I am. That doesn't have a hitbox that goes high up. That's nice. Thrust doesn't either, so we're safe on that. We might be safe on all these, except for the overhead. Definitely don't want to test it, though. Yeah, the hilt still does damage on that. Okay, thrust can still get you through the ground too. Nice. Do we get souls for that, or is it all? Oh, it's all together. What am I even doing? Of course, it would be all together. Yeah, definitely just gonna go and replenish spell uses with this one. We'll try to save the arrows if we can, so we'll just run this for a little bit. No, Now, is he going to be able to reach through the rocks with the transformation is the question. Not that high up. That's nice. He has Voldemort head on the back? Looking Glass Knight has a head on the back of him? I think the mask has multiple things, right? Okay, those finally got me. Aldia's cooking. Wonder if it's that he has to see me through here for it to have a higher chance of getting to the spot where it would do damage, because the fading of that attack popped up as it was stopping over here before. It didn't do anything. It was fine. Oh, Smelter headshots do more. Almost double damage. That's pretty cool. Alright, that's that. Aldia time. I don't even know if we could poison Aldia. I don't think so. Thing about him, like, I want to fight him, but he's really tricky to navigate. Like, what we could... Oh, there's the giant over there, too. What? Why is that in there? What's the giant replacing? That's so scuffed, dude. What's the giant supposed to be? Walk away for a minute, you come back to this mess. Yeah, no, it's going okay. It's just like, why is there another enemy, though? There's only supposed to be 3. Like, who's this? We probably shouldn't have even triggered this one, but I mean, he's gonna get stuck, though. If he can actually jump towards me. Could possibly get Toxic Mist on him, too. Maybe not. Might be bad. Might be okay. Big life gem. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Big life gem. Crimson water. We're wasting heals on this guy. There we go. Okay, so Aldia might only be able to pop up in that spot. I think that's all he can manage right here. Fireballs is just so scuffed right here, man. What is happening? Okay. We need the big charge up. Wonder if Lingering Flame even does much here. Oh my, calm down. We just need to hit him on the big attack whenever he gives me it. Because even trying to shoot arrows during this, it's just way too slow. Can get him on the pop in though, right here. Okay, here's big one. Oh, it just bursts on the ceiling every time? What? Okay. Interesting. Okay, I have no dried root. Dude, no way. Are you serious? It didn't burst on the ceiling that time. Okay, I made a guess based on what we saw. Doesn't matter what you see. Always assume what you see is not real anyways. Oh man, I was gonna do the dried root right before too. I didn't want to waste the mushrooms. Okay. Well, we know what's down there at least. That's wild. Crimson water is just Mountain Dew Code Red. The crimson water is the blood of the enemies distilled into a concoction that heals you. It's like vampire drinks. Where do we go here? I think it was this side. Okay, I'll see if we can do that better. And get this item. Oh, ice rapier. Nice, dude. That's a really good one. Bone King robe? Is that Skeleton Lord's? Oof. Where is it? I think it's this one. Yes. Gavlan. I see you, Gavlan. Whoop. There we go. The all-hit run with the spitters on this part? Yeah, definitely. Okay, now we can chill for a second. Uh-oh. Maybe not. No, you know what? Never mind. Dude, he bugged in the backstab. What? Oh, that was a short range attack, finally. That swings all the way around. Stop doing that. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way, man. There's actually no way. It swings all the way around. That's like a 270-degree attack. Nuts. Get hit by what you see? That'd be weird to kind of figure out the rules for, though. So what would you be doing? Like, what would be the purpose of each thing? Like, you have to get hit one time, and if it's twice, you reset or something? I can imagine if you did the over encumbered where you can't run, like you can literally just do the walk and there's no roll animation. You could call it something like that, but intentionally doing that, that'd be a little bit weird. It'd be really hard to make an actual rule set for it. Because people were saying that before a long time ago, and I was like, they're like, imagine if you only had to get attacked one time for everything. It's like that could be harder than never getting attacked at all. You could see it. Okay, is this the healer? Oh, the Amana person, they're just chilling. They don't care. So we should have done that the second time. Also, for Mini Giant, we're gonna have to do him last. Unless during Aldia, like, maybe he does trigger, then we just run back here. We'll do him last, though. I was thinking about that before, and then I shot him. I'm like, maybe he would die pretty quickly. I can't understand why he's even part of the fight, though. You see, he doesn't even animate here. There's no rendering for him. Wait, I wonder if we can get Toxic on Looking Glass, too. I think we did once, right? We got the poison on him one time. Oh, okay. Here we go. Perfect. Nice. All right, there we go. It's a little bit better, tiny bit. Tackler on Aldia's big explosion attack right here. It hit the ceiling the first time he did it where I was trying to do a close range, and I'm like, okay, so no big deal. And then I set up to still dodge it anyways, but assumed that it was going to hit the ceiling. So I didn't use a mushroom because I was like, there's no point of wasting a really good heal item just in case we did screw it up. And then I got hit by the splash damage on it for the rest of the health, because it did not hit the ceiling that time, and also didn't decide to get a little spicy with using the items. I only used the smaller ones. Yeah, no big deal though. I mean, again, this is not deathless for anyone that's concerned. Like, it doesn't make a difference. It's mainly just like, I want to do good enough to learn from the stuff, so when we do deathless, we understand how it works. The first fight was enough to do that. Like, there's nothing else left in it that's complicated. It was mainly just, you'd use the really good healing item. If you're at a certain point of health, you'd have to have like a non-negotiable system. On this one, I'm trying to save them so I can just play better and, you know, try to have them, even though I could use them anyways, right? I wouldn't say it's that skillful to actually use the item. It's just like a choice for the possibility that it helps. But learning the actual layouts of some of the bad randomizations, like this triple fight, definitely more important. So the fact we made it there, we actually just basically did everything that was important. There's no other situations that were surprises or anything. Like, the fight was handled in every aspect. That's good. It's pretty shocking, actually. I think the small giant was the worst part out of the whole thing. Didn't play him that good in the corner there. Death by 1,000 arrow cuts for poor Aldia. Oh, Smelter fell already. Okay, so while that's going then, the multitask begins. I wonder if the AoE could hit me from here. Ooh. Smelter's drunk, tell him to go home. Smelter Demon being drunk 24/7 actually could be the reason that he's problematic, man. It's that unpredictable moveset. Adds the experience, right? Makes him a bit more durable, too. This run's been quite unlucky with healing items. No, I've used them excessively. It hasn't been that bad. Like, mostly everything that's problematic in this is all down to, it's like a level of predetermined skill. Like, so how good was I before I did this? What did I know? What did I consider? Or what could I actually consider versus not possibly know? And then poor decisions for, like, I'd say a good, like, 60% of the deaths in general that were stupid easy, just because I wanted to play. And then another bit of it was, like, necessary stuff to learn. To be like, okay, this works this way. These systems actually override these. These properties are given to these things, even though you wouldn't assume it would make any sense based on the logic of how they program the software for it. You know, all that stuff. And then I have an idea now of the orders of what areas you go to that are, like, the least problematic. And, like, merchants that are high priority, the stats you would need to, like, reserve to get them that would take away from your main stuff for surviving. So you want the 10 faith and the 10 int, definitely. Like, that's pretty high priority early. You know, definitely not running Wharf to check for items excessively if you're going to even do Flexile, waiting for that. Makes sense, unless you get, like, a really nice balance enemies there. Checking Ornstein earlier than we did is pretty smart, in my opinion. Just basic things like that. All the way down to the healing items, too. Like, I definitely could have played better with those. But I'm going to go back and I'm going to actually review the VOD of this anyways before we make the notes when I do the death list and just base it off of some easy things I could pick up on. Yeah, one thing that I'll say we didn't find as many of that I thought we would. It doesn't matter that much because there's definitely stuff that offset it. Would just be like the smallest version of the life gem. I think I found the bigger ones more often. Which you don't want to waste that often, right? You don't want to use them if you don't need to have the larger benefits that'd be more important later on. Must drink Everclear with the blue flame. Oh, man. Well, that double hit, damn. You would refuse to believe that your streamer would die even once, even though you would see it with your own eyes. There is people that I've seen like that, where... And like the worst combination is when you victimize yourself as the person that makes the mistake, and then people help back you up because they just are like so parasocially attached. They're just like, yeah, it wasn't your fault. It was definitely so. I've seen like things where someone actually gets into a situation with another person, and it's defensible. It's indefensible, but it becomes defensible by virtue of the person's victimhood, even on this platform. And it actually doesn't even make any sense. It's impossible, but it still works. It definitely says a lot about the power of how strong a community could be, for better or worse in some cases. It's almost insane. But then I guess that's a lot of things in the world as well. When you put a stupid situation into play with it, though, it can be kind of like almost like it's like a fiction book or like a freaking cartoon, man. But yeah, with gameplay, I've seen that too, where it's like they'll blame things that are clearly just skill issue, and then the community's like, yeah, it was totally just like that game's made bad. There'll be like any kind of reason to back up why it couldn't possibly be there's anything that could be done in general. For everything, though. Not even just like, okay, I didn't know that, so I need to learn and then maybe retake my stance on it. But yeah, it's a very funny thing. But hey, you know what? The good thing is that people are still enjoying it too, in their own way. Field, yeah, we got the golden. The golden flash. The source of the golden flash is within me now. Alright, there we go. Please switch all this very quickly. Ooh. Okay, I didn't get the pants, that's fine. Alright, that's the Sanctum. So, DLC 1 done completely. And I think we definitely could have got that first try. Just should have had the full health before going to Aldia. I wanted to be a bit more adventurous there. We didn't even need to be, though. We could have just played it like that and taken Smelter out at the same time. Possibly all three of them if we got the Looking Glass stuck behind Smelter, too. Could have done the Toxic Mist and doubled up on it. So 2 birds, 1 stone on that one. All right. That is that. So I was considering that just as bad as Vanguard. Now we got to go see if we can do Vanguard. Because Vanguard before, the problem was I couldn't one-shot the clones. They were growing so fast that it was impossible to do anything. I couldn't move. So if we can even move in Vanguard now, that's a huge improvement, but it doesn't mean that it's going to work. So got to figure out something to be able to get the final Nishandra pretty quickly. I think with her base HP, though, she's pretty tanky. It's not a great enemy to replace them unless the person that made this decided to adjust it kind of how they did Vendrick with Giant Lord, where it still has the same kind of gimmick with the HP and everything. Although with Vanguard, I'm pretty sure the base one just has a set HP. It's not like a system that it follows. Just the clones, that's it. So we'll see. The only thing that came up so far that surprised me that was way easier than I thought was Vendrick being the Archer Dragon Rider and having reduced HP on that one. Because I think if that wasn't the case, that would be the hardest thing we have had so far. I think we're going to go with the strength again. A little bit more endurance, and then I'll do the fire seed that I got. If Goku had a do-rag, this is what he'd look like when he goes Super Saiyan. Isn't there a character that does in Dragon Ball Z? I'm trying to remember.
I'm glad to see you're well.
Doesn't Gohan have one after, like adult Gohan at some point? I'm trying to remember. I remember just one of the characters.
I'm always here.
Saiyan Man
So
does
come and see.
as well? Okay. On Earth, what you're confused on is you talk about learning experience, especially in multi-boss fights, but as it is a randomizer, a new run, even if you attempt to be different enemies, or do you get it wrong? Oh, yeah, it'll be a different seed. What I'm talking about is like the types of scenarios, right? So, for example, let's say we got a really bad combination of enemies on that cave right there. The cave's environment itself will function exactly the same for any enemy that doesn't have a proclivity to actually just jump, right? No enemy in this game that I know jumps because it hits an object that's a boss, so therefore anything that could get stuck that has the same height, that can't clear its melee attacks over the ridges that we were on, will be exactly the same. There'll be no difference unless its magic goes through the floor. So, like, I'm learning things in terms of, like, what you would take that layout as. You take the environmental conventions and then you'd apply it to what you can estimate another enemy would be. And it seems like a lot of the triple fights in that area, the environment would help you a lot. There could be ones where they're blocking each other, so if you don't aggro something that's more stationary, you're good. If they all move at the beginning, you'd want to line them up all in the pit, and they'd be all together. And if their pathing doesn't make them go the longer way to get to you at all ever in their regular logic, they'd probably all just be running into the wall, right? So there could be even easier layouts on that. I'm learning from like those kind of things, and then on top of that, for areas, let's say we had, again, we think of the worst types of enemies would be the horses. That'd be like number 1, and then from there, Smelter, warriors with the hammer or the club. After that, we'll say the caster that does the, it's kind of like the blinding bolt, or like the electricity that like explodes and has the AoE that goes around walls. All that stuff. Okay, so now if you had all those things, what would you do? How do you, approach the areas in order of least resistance in terms of like your chance of death and all that. Again, getting the most merchant inventories open. And like it'll still not work sometimes, but you can increase your chances if you're thinking like that when you go into it. So I'm going to have a list of things to consider, and I'm going to keep updating that list each time I do it, just to make it a little bit easier. Because with the Dark Souls 1 randomizer, the only notes I kept were what the merchants had that were items I wanted to go back and get. On this one, like I've made notes for similar things with like the merchants right now, but I want to like go back and study this run, make notes on what I learned from it, pay attention to the deaths that were just stupid, that I just threw myself into, and then give myself a little bit of a better chance, because the difficulty level of doing Deathless on this is very high, right? So that's what I mean by the learning on it. And there's some other things too, like for example, a weapon's moveset speed. Drakewing wouldn't be something you could use by itself early on if you have low survivability, because you couldn't afford to commit to something that like in the next like 5 seconds you're dead on, right? Whereas now I can, because I have passive healing from 2 items at the same time, plus the equip load bonus. Silver Cat if I do fall off a ledge. Velstat's chest piece upgraded for physical, and then some elemental resistances, and just the base vigor being higher. It's like all that, it almost kind of like nerfs the idea of being slow. Or it nerfs the advantage enemies have of me being slow. And so I think that having a quicker weapon or longer range weapon and a heavier one that actually staggers really easily is good. But, you know, something that does everything all in one would be cool. Bow is definitely necessary, which is just basic knowledge. Healing item priority would be the mushrooms come last. The roots would be pretty high priority if you found them while trying to heal in between areas without chugging Estus directly. Estus, if upgraded, comes secondary to the Rouge water specifically. Crimson water is a bit better than the Rouge from what I understand. You know, like there's like a little bit of a priority chain that you can make from just different effects of things and how quick they activate and all these different ideas. So that's what I'm trying to absorb at the same time. We know that poison has been huge, but we haven't found poison arrows other than 1 stack of 30 in general, and there's no merchant that sells them now, so poison or toxic mist is high priority. Pyromancy obviously is high priority in general because you don't need to have stats to use it. Lingering Flame's insane, so I got lucky on that with this one. Yeah, we don't have another fire seed, never mind. All good. Let's go to the Vanguard again and just see. With Drakewing +5 and a buff on it at the same time. Guess we would do lightning resin for Nishandra would be good. And then I'd have to boost resistance against Dark, right? So Dark Trotches, we're going to be using those for that. Because we know the whole fight's just the same like that. And I could do Brightbug on that one too. Could just do a Brightbug right off the bat just to see. Get a good test of how much we could survive. Cat Ring wouldn't be effective at all, so we'd want Dark Quartz 3. Which we don't have. We only have +1, so I'll do that. I could switch Royal Soldiers for something else for resistance at the same time too. We could do the Dispelling on top of it. Just stack a crazy amount of resistance. And then that's about it, man. Smelter Demon Legs, switch the Golem Gloves for the Cuffs again. Alright. Where's Grave of Saints? Why timer stop? Did it actually stop? Oh, what? Did I not start it? Dude, what is going on here? Or did it reset by accident? I thought I did start it. Maybe I didn't. Let me check the save file time really quick. We'll just match it to whatever it is right now. I could fix that in the VOD if I need to. Or it could be, again, a really good point of interest for triggering people. It either got the number pad 3 got pushed to reset it by accident, or it didn't start at all. Let's see, 1835. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out, man. Also, Kiwi, what's going on, dude? In the big 25. Who, what, when, where, why, how? 1835, 11. Dude, it didn't save that? What are you talking about, man? What is going on with this timer? It's funny, there's so many errors that pop up when I try to set this up that say it's not going to work anyways, but then it does. I don't know what's going on with Live Split. Like, it changed on my screen. You can see it change. It says, could not be activated. Incomplete installation for Microsoft X AML behaviors application extension soulmod X64 86 memory 86 DLL launcher and X64 exe RS X64, and then it still works. That's so funny. Oh, now it switches back again. Okay, wait, we got to push another button. Try other buttons until it works. And this is also the most up-to-date version of it too. This didn't happen when it was the older version, man. This and OBS screwed me lately with the updates. There we go. Okay, perfect. We got it. Yeah, you can hear the error popping up too. I think I loaded the wrong character here. Remember you recommended me to some friends because your reaction to losing a no-hit trilogy was damn that sucks round 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, for me, I already know when I do something usually like what it takes. Sometimes there's like a little bit of a surprise, like it's like, oh yeah, it's a bit more. Some people that like are as unplanned as I am for how to approach something going in don't think of like the sequence of the failure and all that as much, and then they get upset because you can form an entitlement or like some sort of expectation, and then the outcome of a lot of things isn't as important as actually doing the things to get there, and I understand that a lot. So I think that's why it's a little bit easier for me to do that, because I already could see how the next thing would have gone, even if I'm not even done something yet. Like I'll already see how I would have redone the whole thing up to the point where it's still successful. If there's things that could be better, or maybe I noticed, hey, like that wasn't, like I wasn't confident in doing that, but it worked still, so it's not like as dialed, or my intention wasn't that, but it worked, so I got lucky. Maybe it was like it could be faster, it could be more efficient, and like those little things are more enjoyable than actually getting the outcome, because the outcome's only one thing versus like hundreds of things going into it. So it's kind of easy to look forward to that, but it is annoying when you've gotten to the point where like mostly all bases are covered, for sure. It's not as fun to make a mistake, but it's part of the necessary things. If everything always worked first try, nothing would be exciting at all. Double hit on these guys. Oh, dude, they did give her dummy HP. Okay, never mind. That's simple. We might have also been able to get that before. There's a chance I could have gotten that early. Just would have been a little bit more grindy. We were pretty close to being able to get her activated, and then with the Hide Lance, as I was getting dummied in the corner, it would have been enough damage to kill her with the Hide Lance for sure. But now we get to go and check and see what the rat guy's got.
Leave this place, human.
Who's Melentia right now.
We have no time for thy kind. Humans bring nothing but filth. Is that a rat tail, human? Thou'st one of mine rat burrows conquered. Rejoice, for the right to serve me is now thine. Since thou'rt human still, permit me ask, swearest thou by the sweet-tempered sludge that laps at our bosoms?
Like, he has some pretty good dialogue too, actually. Amongst Malentia, Strayed, Egdane, you know, there's some of my favorite ones. Dude, he's got some really good dialogue. This run was made for me then. I think this type of randomizer definitely is up my alley for sure. And the other people that are playing it, it's definitely in that category. I can't recommend this one to everybody though. Like I could say the DS1 version, yeah, recommend that to everyone. This one I can't recommend to everybody with the no scaling. Without it, maybe.
The ring draws to thee those who would defile our burrow. Wear the ring whenever thou art near, and destroy those who would dare provoke our ire. I will grant unto thee. I prithee, sir, speak thy mind.
All right, we have a rat tail, don't we? I have the ring already for this covenant. Black Hollow Mage Hood, 1.9. It's got some pretty good resistances. I'm gonna grab that one. Rame's Helm. 10,000 though. Nah, I don't think so. Oh, okay, he's got a really bad inventory, dude. That's just not cool. Just gonna keep offering him these and see if we have enough to get something from him. They made Rat Vanguard always nerfed because it was just impossible for no scaling. Yeah, I think it would. You're right. It would probably get to the point where there's not really a setup you could have. You'd have to cast. You'd have to have Warmth, Iron Flesh, highest defense across the board with everything. The best possible weapon for DPS in general, probably a Twin Blade maxed out with like Sunlight Blade. The stats be like SL 200, and then also on top of that, all the Estus with all the Sublime Bone Dusts, like a huge stack of the old Radiant Life Gems, mushrooms. And even then, you wouldn't be able to even use the quicker consumables sometimes because you'd be interrupted by the lasers. So that would be very tricky with regular scaling. I could see it being done just because the clones are still weak. But Nishandra base HP, that we wouldn't be doing that on this anytime soon. It'd be very tricky. Have I played Kazan Field? I haven't played Kazan yet, no. Did you enjoy it? How many of these rat tails do we have? I'm surprised we can keep offering them. I think, isn't it at 10 of them he gives you something? Imagine the randomizer was taking random items and not even giving the rat tails. This is screwing me over.
I am aware, long ago, 'twas a good, but here, thou.
Triclops, snake, trotches, rip off. No more tails for you, sir. All right. I think there's some stuff we could get here. And then on the way to the gutter from the top part. Pharaoh's Lockstone. Is that always there? Do you normally get that? This gives me flashbacks to Dark Souls 3, the tower with patches, but like an easier version of it. Oh god, missing that, imagine. Well, we can finally do the jump across the bridge over here this way. I was told by you guys that you could still do this gap, just going across the bridge normally. I'm wondering if without a baby jump, could you actually do the full gap like this? Because I'm probably going to die if I don't make this one. No way. Okay, that was absolutely incredible. But you got to pick your battles here. You got to go back through from the bonfire and then fall to get this part too. Great hero and a lone knight gauntlet's nice. So we're gonna homeward. We're gonna try to get this one too. You been enjoying it? You haven't finished it yet? Feels like Sekiro, but with the stamina bar. That's really cool, actually. So I've heard that it's very similar to Neo, but you're the first person that said Sekiro. That's cool. Yeah, I heard it was a pretty good challenge too. The visual style for it when it was advertised was the thing that caught my attention, because it's hard to do like anything that's more cell shaded looking, or maybe it's like stylistic in the terms of animated with like very, very high definition 3D. Very tricky to do that. Code Vein did it okay, but it still wasn't like super crispy. So like that's the biggest draw, was a very clean look on it with the way they showed it. Okay, can we get this? Maybe. Oh, wow. That was scary. 3 Titanite shards regular. Get out of here. I think we could get the bow up a little bit more now, too. So I'm going to go check that out very quick. Then, what even is there now? What even is there? It's just Skeleton Lords, I think. Is it time to go to Skeleton Lords, guys? Do we have to do that?
I knew you'd be around.
Yeah, we have no chunks for the bow, but we got the +6, which is a little bit better. It pulled ahead of the C-bow. Not bad. And then we can finally finish off the Twin Blade, too. See if that's even good. It does have 8 scaling, that's the only problem, but can it be buffed? Let's see. Curious. No, this one can't. What does it hit for? 359? That's not too bad for how quickly it works. This could be a good one right now. 18 pounds though. What is that? Dude, how is it heavier than Drakewing? What? That doesn't make any sense. That is actually a scam, dude. It should be like half of that, maybe 10. Okay, whoever made that, they were on the wine, man. They were on the residue stained Kool-Aid pitcher or the wine, maybe both in the same night. Definitely did overtime and then like woke up in the office. There's no way that that's real. What's going on with that? We're going to check to see if we can do a heavier setup here. Might be time for Lois gauntlets. Oh, the golem ones are better though. They're a little bit better. We got dark quartz. We got to switch back. We'll do steel protection for that, and then let's go. Check out the rest of Huntsman's here. Skeleton Lords is going to be replaced by 3 Rat Vanguards. There's a checkbox that says that Rat Vanguard can't pop up as something on this, and I think it's because it would make it too easy. So just for your enjoyment, like, you don't want to get Rat Vanguard randomly. That'd be a little bit of a bummer, right? Unless you're actually looking for a break. But yeah, Skeleton Lords would be the one thing where if there was a condition for that, I'd allow it. It would be fair. It'd be a little bit better. Anything else, I'd be disappointed that it shows up. Okay, I want to take a quick look at Dragon Rider Twin Blade on this guy. Let's see. It's not great. Wait, what was that? Oh, we actually got petrified. Okay. That activated very quick considering my defense against it, because we've seen the bar even try to build, and it was like maybe under 10% the entire time we've been playing for everything. He must be able to get it instantly. I didn't even see the warning even show anything close to full there. Damn. Okay, so that's something to... I'm going to write that down, actually. That is a possibility. They could just give you it immediately. Because we killed quite a few of them, but there's never a situation to get to that point, really, with it. There we go. That was like 3 ticks. Yeah, so did it show the bar, though, go up fully, or did it glitch where it just showed it like as a warning and then it just immediately happened? Do you think this seed would be viable for no death? You could no death any seed in general, man. It's just a matter of, like, you just gotta figure out some sort of way, so... The answer of what you'd need to do for each one could be different in, like, the nuances of it. But there could be, like, a general mindset for it. I think that would come with playing quite a bit of it, getting better at it, also paying attention to the things going on. So, like, what just happened right there, that would be something to learn from. I've never seen that yet. We've killed quite a few of them. I'm surprised it wouldn't have already happened, but you can't discount something weird happening either. Like, just as much as there's movesets that don't even animate, you get hit by almost nothing, or, you know, bad hitboxes, there could be a status effect that builds within 2 seconds that should have a gradual warning. Or maybe that warning doesn't have time to show up properly. There's a lot of things. Yeah, I think you could get Deathless on any seed in general. At least as far as I can think of it. So yeah, we don't even have warning at all on this one. It's weird that, like, we were really close to where the effect was, and there wasn't even, like, a single tick there. Yeah, Dragonmire Twin Blade's pretty good. Damn. Just the scaling with int, which we're probably not going to get. Can it not backstab? Speaking of which. How high is the petrification resistance? I could check and see after. I'm basing it off the fact that we had the same equipment before. Other than I switched the legs to Smelter, which is better than the Rampart Golem ones. So unless like they have a massive difference, the tick rate on it was very slow. Like I didn't even see it go over 10-15% when we were getting hit by the spitters in the cave. And just the regular basilisks as well. It's pretty chill. Let's see. What is it? It's 146 right now. Oh, Twinkling Titanite, 2 of them from the dog. Wow. Okay, I've been needing those for a long time. Thank you. Gonna convince someone to play Code Vein as a prank? Oh no. How does that end then? What's the end of the prank? They play it and then you laugh at them? Oh, this is a real bad combination here. For a Nidalia Soul too? 2 Drake Keepers? It was good. It was really good. It was amazing even. There we go. Should not have gone in there. I couldn't see what they were. Oh boy. That was a very, very rushed item grab there. So I can't remember how to get the key for the bonfire that's up here. I think we're going to have to save a lot of the resources getting to Skeleton Lords, so... We'll go in, we'll check what it is, and then we'll go backwards to the areas before that after. Now that the other bridge is down. Code Vein's a good game with no flaws. Every single game is perfect, and there's no such thing as a bad game. It's just a societal state of mind. It's placebo. You're convincing yourself it's bad. There's no mistakes in creativity, dude. All subjective. Rating systems are fake math. Only math that matters is your dad's 44, 4 door, 2 + 2 = 4, Big Shaq. Got a soul vessel. That's the second one I believe I've seen. We might have more, but got another one pretty recently. Okay, Ogre in there is not great. I don't think it can leave the area, though. Some people actually think like that. I think there's definitely that and the opposite, too. I think the thing that's rough in terms of actual helpful feedback nowadays is more so just, like people will buy the product or they'll buy the game and then they'll criticize it anyways just because the culture's expectation is unrealistic. It's not possible in some cases, and they're comparing the ideals to things that don't match what the project's about. So then you get like good sales or like a decent amount of people getting the thing, and it's like, yeah, it wasn't that good, this, that, whatever. And then there's like the actual game. I guess you could consider it the media outlets reviewing things, and their standard of how they review things is interesting too, because it's all over the place. Like, it doesn't have consistency necessarily from people that really deep dove into the stuff, because there's not enough time, right? So it's like it's very all over the place. Other than when there's legitimate, you know, objective issues where it's okay, like this needs to be fixed to be able to actually do the thing that you're trying to do. And then you have, you know, people that don't want to spend time actually critically thinking, so they're going to take the review of someone else as their actual opinion in some cases before even deciding exclusively and not even do other due diligence, and then that will spread to, you know, create like a echo chamber of the sentiment that wasn't their original idea, and it makes quite a little, quite a situation, quite a lot of pockets of just things that are not necessarily accurate all the time. So it could be better to not even have rating systems for anything, but just base it on if people buy it or not. Let them figure it out. I would imagine the key's in here for where we need to get the bonfire. Dried root? I don't know about that. Oh my god. That's a cool attack, but I'm not a fan of it not being something I'm using at this point. Okay, we got the mask from Sinner's set that goes with the cuffs that we got. My review series incoming. I try to give feedback of things in anything that I write that's scripted. But it's not usually like a number or anything like that. Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 for Xbox 360. Perfect. There's a Sonic game from 2006, really? Last one I remember that was the newest one I tried when I was younger was Heroes. And then they did the new one that was... I don't know if that was after the movie or before the movie that came out. What do you think about the upcoming... the baby mobile game exclusive? I think it's overrated and you should play it on your microwave instead. To get that classic feel, the analog sensations of just digital clock graphics and, you know,
2 months.
it's more simple.
How are you?
It's refined in the important parts.
I just been looking on YouTube, so I've been silent.
Casual, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, man. I was wondering, I was gonna just say what do you mean by the 2 months, and now I get it. Thank you so much, dude. And I'm doing good. How are you? Been lurking on the YouTube, so you've been silent. That is perfectly fine. That's the foundational elements of the entire platform. I was actually saying this on many occasions. If every single person even said one thing at the same time anywhere, for the mass majority of channels that are frequent, it would blow up the API of the chats probably internally, and it would also just like, dude, some people's chats wouldn't. It would look like a, I don't even know, like the computer's breaking probably or something like that. Because even like, I'm trying to think of when we've been doing stuff like on main page, it was pretty chill. But like the average person's experience with half that amount of people on main page, or them having a channel that's that big already, would be still a fraction of the people saying stuff, right? So it'd be insane. Like imagine Peak Ninja specifically, like his peak, every single person type one thing all at the same time. It'd blow up everything. It'd be unbelievable, man. Large Titanite. Got 3 of them. That's really good, actually. Take that. We safely made it to Skeleton Lords. No key, though. Got the shortcut through here. Can we try to replicate that? There'd be no way to. That's the thing, is like you're never gonna get everyone to agree. It's kind of like if you did chat plays and you guys can control this game, the likelihood of you finishing the game's not low because people can't do it. It's because people don't agree to like work in unison for a massive goal almost ever, right? That's why the world's segregated. That's why humans are the way they are. It's like there's no mass collaboration on any scale other than the fact that like we know there'll be production overall for things because people need to survive in a system they're put in, and like you'll try to probably survive for your own sake of being alive. But that's like in terms of like a collective effort of it, it's difficult in large scale for sure. So yeah, like trying to convince everyone to do that'd be amazing. Would it happen? I don't know. Oh my god, we got Rotten, Darklurker, Sinner right here to start off already. Her health bar, I'd imagine, is the chillest, right? Rotten's not too bad from a range. That's the good part. It is cool though. You can get all the great souls. Darklurker is definitely doing decent doing a solo fight here. Laser go through the mound? Let's see. Does it? That's not too bad. Thing that sucks is Darklurker's bar is going to be longer than Sinner. I think this is where we would use our other poppable healing items here. Let's use the root if we can for a second after this Estus. Forbidden Sun does it get blocked? Let's see. It does. Okay, Center's almost down. Pop another root while we're safe here. Pop a Bright Bug while we're safe here too. No. Careful. Alright, one mushroom. Let's try it. You're almost dead. Just take it. Oh, there we go. Darklurker, I think, has to be taken out next. There's no way we have Darklurker alive, and then there's more stuff happening in here. Oh yeah, so they're spawning in the enemies now. Okay. I mean, the enemies themselves could be easy to take out with them still active if we don't have Darklurker magic being too much of a problem. Spitter guy's okay. He could definitely be annoying when it comes to trying to not get interrupted while running. Sanctum Knight's a problem, definitely. So it's basically, this fight's just, it's hugely predicated on the speed of movement of the enemies and projectiles. Because even Darklurker's in here, we're still chilling. It's a big enough arena to be okay for a second. There's enough cover as well. It's probably one of the only arenas you could have this happen in. I wonder if that even did anything. We did a Lingering Flame there. I really do wonder. Rotten's chilling. Ooh, this is actually a good opportunity here, but there's going to be something that goes through his body most likely or tries to sneak, right? Let's see. See if we can Toxic him too. Okay, so any big enemies get stuck right here if we funnel them this way. He does look like he did get toxic. That's great. And then we just replenish this while we have the opportunity here. Multiple times if we can. Mushroom right here just because we have nothing else to really do. That's safe. Mine Darklurker sneaking around the pillars. The laser might go beside here. It does go right there. Yeah, that's not great. Okay. Chill for a second. Second mushroom just because. Increase that heal speed a bit. Another toxic on Rotten. Get two of them at the same time. You need 3 for him to actually get poisoned. Wow. So Mastodon's health's pretty decent. I'm going to try Lingering Flaming the corner here, getting him to turn this way. I don't think the laser can go through this pillar, can it? I'm going to assume it can. Yeah, it does. Okay. So that took out Mastodon. Not bad. And then what's the damage like now? Oh, he's doing his like sequence of trying to... Okay, we got to get eyes on Darklurker. Missiles coming through. Rotten down. Nice. Spitter, I'm not really worried about right now. It's not going to be enough damage. Dog, though. Oh, more enemies spawning in. Never mind. Okay, so there's even more to pop up. Okay, we have an idea. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. I thought they'd spawn in a higher quantity right away. So we just got to do the loop where we get Rotten stuck for a little bit. Try to kill all the basic enemies. Sinner's the first priority. Just do a little bit more damage to Sinner immediately. Skeleton Lord's got a massive upgrade, yeah. That was savage, man. How can he be poisoned? Anything can be poisoned in this game. There's a lot of things that can get poisoned that you have to go to a really crazy extent to actually activate. And so in the Rotten fight, if you were to do Toxic Mist, there wouldn't be a lot of opportunities to do it back to back to back to back as easily. It seemed like he was almost poisoned from 2 of them, though. So, yeah, it could maybe just be toxic versus regular poison. I don't know. Anyways. All right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we want to do before that. I think just effigy. And then with the other enemies that spawned in, we had the Alone Knight Captain, who can be backstabbed. I think there's another basic enemy that was like the NG Plus version too. And then, so Darklurker being killed first might be smarter when Rotten gets stuck if we have the ability to use the bow. Sinner definitely goes down first automatically. Fluellen, welcome back. How have you been? One example, when you look at subreddits about individual games, they only represent a small fraction of the actual player base. You don't get to see the views of the average consumer. That too, yeah, there's definitely communities that are smaller that would have like a particular opinion that doesn't give a fairly objective breakdown of how something gets made and what its goal is, how it comes out. That's a very good point. I wonder if Twin Blade was the best thing we could do there too. It was really good for certain things, but I'm kind of curious about the Drake Wing with the R2 for more damage. Just kind of like, you know, committing to it, especially on Sinner as well. Just I remember that weapon was hard to fight Sinner with. So we could definitely switch this.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Oh, wait
Hey,
a second.
Quill. Happy birthday, man.
Barrier appease. Flash Sweat wouldn't be relevant there either. Chaos Storm could be pretty good. We got Sunlight Blade on this too. That's amazing. All right. Let's get back there. Poison's useful in real life. It tends to be a thing. Yeah, it's true. Cyclonic, thank you for the 64 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the happy birthday as well. Uh-oh. Smelter Demon's birthday was today too, and you didn't say it to him, so he got mad. Many happy returns. What does that even mean? Poison's awesome on Dark Souls 2. You always go with some build that has poison in the mix of it. That's something I didn't know. Even now, I still don't even know the full extent of it, because in PvP it's good. I remember that. Toxic, speaking of which, dude. What? Don't get knocked off the edge. That's not cool. S-Stock. S-Stock was fun in PvP. S-Stock R2? Oh my. Okay, wait a second. Is it actually, are you messing with me, Zyclonic? Well, no, so like I don't tell you guys my actual birthday. The joke is that because I don't, you'd have to say every single day is my birthday or none. And you guys chose that, okay, I'm gonna say happy birthday every day for the last long bit of time, and we've just made that the joke forever. So there is days you guys have said happy birthday on my actual birthday if I decided to stream on it, but you wouldn't have known. And the mystery continues. Okay, this is where the shortcut. Wait, what? Wait a second.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world
Oh, it's
might
through
be
that
mended.
way? Yeah, I wasn't sure about that one. Forgot. Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you for also remembering to use a Prime sub this month and choosing me to use it on. That's amazing. You unfortunately stay with the same badge as you had last month, but feel good to know that 4 months is 1 month closer to 6 where you become a human again. And realize you could have just stayed a human the whole time if you didn't sub. But be somehow convinced that it actually was a better choice anyways through the magic of something. Oh, wait a second. Seemed like a March 27th birthday to you, Jan. Why is that? A March 27th birthday. That's funny. That's oddly specific, and it's also a day that exists on the calendar. Usually people are like, you seem like a December 32nd. Or January 45th or something like that. Ooh. I want to know what the logic behind the 27th of March is. Alright, so we definitely could use the Dark Trotches on this one. I'm wondering if resistance in the form of switching off steel protection would be good at all. Like if we just went with speckled stoneplate, or sorry, the dispelling. Or we did dark quartz for Darklurker, because there's no lightning damage on Rotten. Sinner's just straight up, so. If we're getting hit with a missile of any sort, that seems like a pretty good idea. Let's switch off Royal Soldier's Ring too. Let's try it a little bit differently here. So Dark Quartz in trade for that, and Dispelling just for the general elements altogether. That almost brings us to a point where we can actually just keep the same setup anyways. It's not too bad as it is. Dude, these gauntlets are so tanky. Oh my god. 127. I don't want to leave him. And then see how close this is, too, with the 70.8%. Come on. Rapier we didn't really use too much. And then the bow, it would only really be good for the spitter, or if we had some sort of situation where we could sneak the bow shots behind a pillar of some sort or whatever. That'd be the only case scenario there. Yeah, I don't think it's really relevant to even have the bow right now. We could throw it on randomly. Life ring +1, what are we getting from that? 1800 versus... How do you see it? 1935. Oh, that's a lot. That's quite a lot. Man, oh man. Okay, Loistuff has better resistance, but not by a crazy amount. And then this is pretty hefty too. Smelter. It's not as good as Havel's though. Okay, so we go Havel's, we lose the Velstadt chest piece, take a hit on the physical a little bit, and then we try these. See if that's better. Also, this waterfall is insane. This sound on the waterfall. Here we go. You'd wager somewhere near 14th of November. But why? No logic other than 5 letters in March plus 27 days equals 32. Okay. That's fair. You're 100% sure I was born on a day. That's, yeah. Also, dude, Merrick, thank you so much for the Prime sub, man. I appreciate you using your Prime here out of anywhere you could. And also reminding yourself to use it before you forget to use it for the month and then have to get robbed by Jeff Bezos. That's incredible. Thank you very much, man. The 14th of November is Valentine's plus 9 months. Okay, these reasons for this are beyond anything I could even come up with if I had a prediction about someone's birthday. So I'm very suspicious as to how this this train of thought even is possible. 5 letters in March plus 27 days equals 32 is, yeah, that's weird. That must be advanced chemistry or something like that. Sure, if someone digs through old VODs, you can find his birthday. You wouldn't be able to. No, the VODs that exist from that time are gone. And then the people that do actually know my birthday, that I'm either friends with, that also are part of the community, like I'll hang out with, or were part of the original people, they agreed to not say anything about it out of respect. I actually had a day where... The reason this happened is there was a day where it was someone told a bunch of people, hundreds of people knew about it. They did things, and I was like, it's not really like a, you know, a necessary thing. Plus, also for me, I'd rather people kind of do things as if it was a regular day you were already going to do things on. It just seems more organic. It makes sense because people do leverage their birthday for a lot of money specifically, or other types of incentives on purpose. And then like it's a 50-50 for others where it's like, you know, you're going to get a lot of stuff out of it, and then you're going to be treated a bit better, even in real life too. So like I know people where they actually make a point of telling people it's their birthday. And for me, it's like if a day's not just measured as that day itself, like whatever you want to do, then, you know, like why do we have to have like a number or like something as an event like that change how someone would genuinely act, right? That's always been weird to me. So it's a little bit easier to, you know, kind of do my thing. And then also half the time I'm not even going to stream on my birthday anyways. So yeah, but there was a time where some people talked about that quite a bit. And then it created a situation. Anyways, we need to wait a little longer for this stuff to restore the health, just a tiny bit. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take my break now. How long has it been? Let's see. I think we've been going for a bit. Just over 3 hours, so not bad. And then we'll come back. We'll do quite a bit more of this. The controller's disconnecting too. God damn it. Yeah, we'll see if we can at least get the whole pathway all the way to Iron King, if this fight is even possible. Seems like we were kind of close. We were on to something there. We just had to know that there was still another round of the enemies, and they kind of split it up, whereas normally on Skeleton Lords you get all of them at once. Finish this run this stream. I don't think it would be possible with how much time there's left, but by Sunday the goal is to be done this one. We have all of the second DLC, all of Harvest Valley, Earthen Peak, Iron Keep, and just this fight, and then that's the stuff that would be outstanding in this path. And then there's just the end game. So there's Throne Watcher Defender, Nishandra Aldia as well. Props for you to be on the internet this long and not have your name and birthday be known by everyone under the sun. It's pretty easy to do that. There's people that have like hyper success, possibly even mainstream fame, and no one knows the alias still. That's been done in like a lot of industries that are even more expansive. So it is very possible. But I think that there's people that don't think about it too much, and then they have a lot of bad things happen because of that. Like I have friends, unfortunately, that like, you know, they're one of my buddies. I don't think people have all of his information, but you know, his mom had a machine gun held to her head because of people just, you know, trying to fuck with him because, you know, they got swatted or whatever. But it wasn't his home that they went to. He didn't live at the address that they chose, and it was his family member that got the gun to the head, and people have died from that kind of stuff before. So you got to be a little bit cautious there. And I think over here now you actually get like a pretty big sentence if you're someone that even arranges that. So it's like there's a lot of repercussions because they use a lot of resources to do those kind of things, and they could be helping other people with those resources than just stupid stuff. So there's that. There's like other cases that like, oh, there's ones that are on video too that are really funny that I've seen, and some kind of sad. So it's definitely always an advantage to not share anything that's excessive. But birthdays, whatever, it's just usually, again, you just get a lot of like extra behavior that you don't need as much. You going straight into Deathless Rando after, or are you going to do something else? I'm not going to do Deathless on this one right away. We're going to go into the Dark Souls 3 randomizer, do that for a little bit, maybe like a stream or two, get situated in it, and then I'll go back to this one, and I'll make a decision by then if we do no scaling or scaling. And then in the case that we do scaling normally, then we do 2 runs. So I'll complete it Deathless first with the normal settings, and then I'll do the crazy mode as well. But yeah, that's that. I'll be back, guys, in like 5 to 10 minutes or so. Here is the Discord. If you haven't joined it, check it out. Every time I go live, it notifies you. Here's the second channel for the longer versions of runs. For this one, it'll actually only be put on the second channel, so almost all of it will be on there. I'm going to try to compress it as much as I can so you actually get like 20 plus hours of it. So there's that. Here's the main channel if you haven't seen it. And thank you for watching so far. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back, guys. Sound of the waterfall returns. Oh, man. And we actually left the timer going this time. It's accurate for the playtime. So, return to Skeleton Lords round 2. I think that the Bright Bug was a good idea. Just gonna go in with it right away this time. And we really gotta be careful with the healing items. Like, I don't want to use the mushrooms unless we know we're gonna win on this one. So in that case, let's put them right beside the Estus. Actually, wait, sorry, no, let's put the Twilight Herbs right here. Can restore the Lingering Flame, can restore Toxic Mist. I could probably put a lot more Lingering Flames while we're doing this too. There's a free window. And let's do it. Let's go in. Actually, I'm going to buff this too. Let's buff the Drakewing Sword. Alright. Seems like in every single arena, Darklurker's portal attack does not work in general. It's just terrible. Ooh. The double up.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
GLA chair.
Ooh. Okay, we're definitely going to run back on that fight. That was not a good use of the resources right away. Nathan Miller, thank you for the 7 months, man. And for the good luck as well. I will definitely take that. Yeah, I forgot once we switched back to Twin Blades when the Drakewing was a little too slow. Had to reconfigure the equip load again, so... There is the option to just keep Dark Courts and then put on Royal Soldiers right here. Solve that problem. Because the damage didn't seem like it was too bad. It was alright. Even from Darklurker. Alright. That's a really weird casting right there. Looks like he's gonna do some sort of, I don't even know, like Kung Fu or whatever, and they just does a little orb that's tiny and just floats very slowly. This isn't permadeath? No, no, this is not permadeath. It's the practice to understand what they're doing with this enemy randomizer. Alright, that was a much better escape through there. So the run back on this is not even that bad. Actually doing it normally would be terrible, but it's not too bad. We did use a bright bug. Let's go in again. Switch this back to twin blades. And repeat. Yeah, Cinder's just a little bit too fast to do anything with a slow weapon. Like, the regular rapier itself might actually be pretty key here. Ooh, was that the missile or was that something else? Cool. Combo? Okay. Lingering Flame does nothing to center. Although that might have been a partial hit, though. And Rotten's stuck with me not even being on the right side there. That's weird. I don't think I've seen that before. Like, for anything, I mean, even the logic of that doesn't make any sense. It's a good thing, though. Take it. Okay, I just want to get some practice on center. We're not going to do this one either. We're going to just try it out and see if I can manage center a little bit better. Because I'm really not good at the base fight. That's the thing that's probably the weakest link here. I'm very good at Darklurker now. Rotten's just, like, ridiculous. Like, can't possibly be better at him. See, play him a million times. The Sinner doesn't get played normally. Or really ran from either. Like, you don't really have to escape from Sinner. Yeah, Twin Blade is definitely good. So it seems like when she does the jump, you can get a thrust, or you can get the swipe with the thrust and the third attack follow-up as well. Not sure if there's a variation with no attack, and then she goes into another neutral on top of that. So we're probably going to do the running attack on the Twin Blade, then we'll follow up if there's something. Okay, that's good. Try that again. Dude, I'm getting 2,200 randomly spawning in. What's going on there? What is happening here? Wait a second. Did we find some sort of farm? Is this going to be a despawn situation? Let's see. Might have to actually take that and get the levels from it. 150. Yeah, that's really good. Okay. Wait a second. Let's put on Seldora's. What's 2,200 on this that's falling every time? 181. 26. Worst combo of bosses for you in this fight? Probably Fume-Knight, Ivory King, Sir Alone, and maybe for the enemies it would be like the horses. Just a variety of horses with other people that are a little bit faster, that have a lot of health. Though the chances of that, they're not high that you'd get that, but it would be a bad combination for sure. Okay, I think we despawn them. That'd be fun. It would be really cool, because again, the thing that gives you the advantage that makes it possible is their pathing is really bad in that arena, and then a lot of enemies, they don't have an easy time finding you at certain distances that you wouldn't be able to get to. If they turn even, enemies turning in this, then trying to turn back to you is really funny. So on Throne Watcher Defender, you can see if they run towards you, but they don't even attack, if they hit a wall, facing the wall, and then you're beside them, they just bug out hardcore, even in their own arena. So you have the advantage of that on this, and then it's just about what can go through the objects. So you can use objects in the arena to block a lot of the things. Anything that doesn't have projectiles or would get stopped on the corner of it, it would be really easy to escape. But I think the health that you'd need to take from those enemies I was mentioning would be a little bit harder. I think Blue Smelter in there would be a little bit tricky too, because I'm sure his weapon would go through some of the stuff. If not, then you'd technically be able to cheese him. And it depends on what magic you have too. Alright, so we'll do more vitality because I want the equip load. Let's see. So we got... Wait, Rampart Golem 235. Give me a second here. 15.5, 15.2. We have the Twinkling Titanite as well. Wonder if that's better. Yeah, I can reinforce this one as well. I could keep going with Velstats, but might be better. 246 versus, let's see, 273, but it's already +2. This still has better elemental resistance, though. Oh my god, wait. Saint Stress is 61 lightning? What? Dude, wait, we're gonna get the Black Witch robot. Let's do that. If we're gonna be using Twinkling Titanite, let's do this one. Because now it's pretty good physical, but dude, the elemental on this is just nuts.
I'll be around.
And then it solves the equip load issue there. Could possibly even do 3 weapons. 8.2, 127, 168. Yeah, we could do all 3 weapons on this one. Could technically even do light roll if I wanted to. Could take off this ring altogether. I don't think Flynn's would make any sense. Oh, Strength Ring gives you HP as well. Not bad. Chloranthy could be good. Okay, we'll try Chloranthy. And... I think that's about it right now.
But until hope has fully...
This guy's looking at stats in your dress-up game, Chili. I know normally it wouldn't be the case. Like, I've never actually cared about any of that stuff. When I PvP'd, it was the exact opposite. It's like you just make the character have the standard stuff that you need. Which isn't... You don't have to be meta. I played against a lot of people that min-maxed everything that were really good. And it's frustrating to play them because you know that if you're both the same skill level, they have the advantage, obviously. They will win more often, but when you do beat them, it's really satisfying if you just kind of made the setup something that looks cool and then used a weapon that's bad on purpose. Like, that was the end game for people that were good. You'd use an intentionally super bad weapon that was really hard to use, and you'd go on kill streaks of like 80 to 100 in the arena or something like that. There's a tournament that was hosted where I think that it was just the basic longsword, which actually is a good weapon in PvP. So when all the people had been doing non-optimal weapons and everything, getting back to the longsword. I think it was it's either Jimmy Page or Apkoa, one of them. I'm pretty sure got over 100 kills in a row without actually dying against people that were good and just randoms combined, which is a very, very hard thing to do. So he practically almost got the requirement for, like, I'd say 70% of getting rank 3. Like, he already was rank 3, but he got most of the way to rank 3 in, like, almost perfectly in a tournament. It was insane. All right, we're gonna do endurance again. Is it still the first try, enemy on Skeleton Lords? No, I died on them one time, but I was able to warp out for the last couple. Just trying to do different things to see if it would help with the setup over here. I think that if I have a fight that doesn't have Sin or Dead, there's no point of going forward if we don't have a certain amount of heals. So we need at least, like, I'd say 2 to 3 Estus with Sin or Dead and, you know, just a plan overall. I also don't want to spawn the enemies too fast, too. I just realized that killing Rotten was a bit of a mistake. On the last one, we wanted to keep Rotten alive longer. Killed the enemies, lowered Darklurker's health to the point where he was almost dead, but didn't kill him. Then go for him and Rotten at the same time, and just be left with the enemies. Will you try to do Deathless Randomizer, or is this just for fun? This is the first time playing Enemy and Item Randomizer on this game. So, for me, I'm just learning it. But yeah, I'll definitely go for Deathless on it as well. You approve of that, Brandon? You're going to let me do Deathless Randos from now on? Oh, thank you for the permission. I appreciate it. Means a lot. I'd like to thank my sponsors at NASA and Gatorade for approving that message as well. For allowing you to allow me. Alright. Let's go. This should be a pretty decent difference in defense here as well. You have to get a little bit more picky with Sinner's attacks as well. Sometimes the physics of the things getting destroyed is really funny. Like, that was so cartoony, man. That was like the thing in Aldia's Keep with the floor. For a second, I was like, how did Darklurker like move forward and do missile? But it was Rotten. He's pulling a smo. I'm cosplaying. Gandhi, thank you very much for the Prime sub, dude. Enjoy your melts. Welcome. Is Gandhi technically Gandhi's cousin? Okay, that's the really good one. Although, see, he followed it up, though. So not that great, unfortunately. But now we get a good heal. A worthwhile one. Okay, so she went for the 2 anyways there. Dead. Nice. Didn't see the attack from the corner there. It was a little dark. Couldn't see her blade. Ugh. Good thing we're not using any extra resources, at least. I think I could do the whole thing with Estus. But I'm trying to think there, like, what I would have done before that moment. Because I'm thinking of their positioning. Darklurker was not obstructed completely, so that could be, like, a high priority. If we had anything in general that kind of plays that role, where it does projectiles pretty often, it would have to be blocked, other than things that can't be blocked, to hit center in general, or whatever the equivalent of that kind of enemy would be, right? Ooh. That's a home word. Vengarl, don't do it. Nice. A multi-boss in an actual try could be a nightmare. Can that actually happen? Can they... Do you know of people having that occur? Because I would imagine the person that made it would not choose anything that could be a multi-fight as one single replacement in this one, since it already is a multi-fight by default. I've noticed some other things they've done in particular to make it like more doable for things, even though it is hard. That sounds like something that would be like a huge oversight if they chose that, just because then it wouldn't make much sense. Then at that point I could see it being a little silly. Like if you had Throne Watcher Defender as one enemy, which they appear as separate enemies already, we've seen that. Or at least they can, right? Like that could be crazy. I think Gang Squad, all 3 of them, as one enemy in this would be silly. But they do seem to appear as one enemy. Or who replaced them were single enemies when we did it. In DS1 hitless, is the scripted death to Seath no longer allowed since everyone you see does the skip? I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. It doesn't matter what you do. In terms of submitting a run, both are valid. So I was told by the person that was going for the base level damage list as their run when I was doing it. I remember they said that they don't particularly do Duke skip, and that they, like in their I think they were trying to submit to GDQ or something. They did a demonstration of it and they were explaining it. And I was told by Lank as well, you don't have to do Duke skip at all. It's just preferred. If you can pull it off really nicely, it saves time. It makes it a little easier. At the cost of putting the time in to get good at it, as it being something harder to perform at that moment, right? So once you get past the barrier of like spending the time on that, then you'll save time every time. But I don't think it's required for me for doing a lot of stuff. If I was going to do a run for myself, like specifically it was a run that I cared about a lot, then yeah, I would always do Duke skip. The only case where we didn't recently was when I was getting the run ready, so I could teach Cheese the easier version of regular hitless, and then also other people in the future if they wanted to do it. I felt that it'd be silly to make him do Duke skip right away. Like that would just be unnecessary. And so far, that actual part has not been a problem. There's been nothing that's happened in it that's been problematic in general in that whole segment. It's always been safe. Even for the extra stuff you have to do. Alright. Dark Quartz might be time to retire that one, since we're not actually worrying about resistances as much now. What do we trade that for, though? Let me see what the boost for Flynn's would be. Oh, it's actually a decent amount of damage still, even with this equip load. It's not too bad. What if we did... we did this first? Let me see. I didn't think about using Royal Soldier's Ring to actually increase the effect of Flynn's. Unless it doesn't do anything like that. Yeah, it might not actually account for any equip load that you boosts that's not a stat being leveled directly. Okay. Fair enough. Ooh. Look, what is going on with Darklurker there? Look, dude, what? That was funny. That was really funny, man. That might be the best thing we've seen so far in the whole run. What is going on? Easier to do Duke Skip instead of the death? Not right away, no. If like you didn't know how to do it, it would be harder right away. But if you spent the time to learn it, then it would become easier over time. So off the bat, no, it's not easier. It's kind of like if you said, do you want to get the world record speedrun, would it be easier to not do the skip? Technically, you could say, hey, if the category wasn't played a lot, sure, like you don't have to do a skip. But if you did, and it would secure the spot longer, or it would be like possible to still get the record in the future, then you'd have to. And then therefore, even though performing the skip and learning it would be very hard in some cases, you would literally just have to at some point to make sense of it. And I think that for me, it's the same thing. If I'm doing a run for myself, I have to do Duke Skip now, or we're putting ourselves at risk of more variables, even though I'm choosing a variable that's pretty hard. Good trade, right? So 2 Forbidden Suns. Oh my god. There we go. I was going to try to warp out on that one, but I wanted to at least kill Sinner. Damn it. So you can get 2 Forbidden Suns back to back with the portal not disappearing at all without a recast completely. Why does the weapon do so little damage? Is that normal? No, it's not about, like, so the damage it's doing is really high, actually. This fight, every single thing is like a regular boss, so if you were to fight Sinner right now with this weapon, you would do the same damage, right? It just looks like it's not doing a lot because the bars are mini. So you get a version that's like probably, like the actual percent that looks like it's being taken from, it's like an illusion, because it would be a huge bar normally stretched out across the screen, right? Every single thing's still being calculated the same. Just they're regular enemies. They're not gimmicks or additional regular enemies. Those are the actual main skeleton lords who have their own health pools as separate people. But then they replace them with actual major enemies in this one, right? And then all the regular enemies would have their own respective health too. So the damage on this is pretty high. Unfortunately, we can't buff it though. We'd have to use the Bright Bug. And I'm thinking it could be worth using more of them on this, but I don't want to use it on an attempt that's not going to be good. Oh, I didn't mean to jump there. What was that? Shrug, welcome back. That was so funny yesterday. It's a good one. I like it. I think the plunge is probably one of the best opportunities right there, if it's pretty far away. Doesn't have any follow-ups at all. Because otherwise we need at least like a, I'd say 5-second lead time on an enemy even being close to get an attack, not even able to attack in 5 seconds, but to reach a zone where they could. Which means Darklurker gets blocked. Rotten has to, you know, get within, we'll say, 5 feet of me. So he's got to be like probably like 20 plus feet away at least. Or stuck. So like right there would be fine if Sinner was already on the other side of the pillar there. Would be pretty good. That's not good enough. Yeah, what we should have done the first one was like look for the pockets of time on this one instead of just trying to play. Because every single variation is going to be like that. And some probably you wouldn't be able to even run. You'd have to actually just trade with a lot of attacks immediately to eliminate at least one enemy that's easier. So if we got like, trying to think of something simple, maybe Last Giant or even Base Pursuer. Might want to go spammy on them. Whoa, dude, has anybody ever seen that? Was that because of the feature there, or was that actually a thing? That was like a flip down the side of the wall, dude. That was pretty cool. I gotta watch out for that too. So the held thrusts at a distance. It's gonna keep going. So that would have been good if I knew what the follow-up was going to be. That's fine. Okay, that is actually a thing. Whoa. It looked really cool when she landed down the wall. That was 374, so direct hit on Lingering Flame was not 150. Dude, we didn't get the guard animation at all until then. At least maybe when it wasn't relevant. It was the only one that was helpful. Didn't want to do 2 attacks. No. No. Definitely not. Most certainly not. Gritty. Dead? Not yet. Okay, that was good. Yeah, this one might just be practice. It's a little bit of a rough start there. And Mastodon, let's see. He has a decent health, so we'll have to Lingering Flame on that. I think we did that last time. Let's have to replenish those. Sanctum Knight was not too bad. Rotten got stuck there. Yeah, Butterfly and Crawler Dude is pretty nice. Doesn't matter too much. I think the one advantage in this layout, though, is like in this situation, even though there's more enemies, I actually have time to just like literally run around and heal passively. So it's not even like a big deal. Like we actually have a break. Sanctum Knight's completely tripping out here. Way too greedy. Way too greedy. Why choose Lingering Flame? Wouldn't Combustion be more useful? Combustion doesn't do a lot of damage, unfortunately. It's too high commitment because you have to use it close range at a speed that's slower than your weapon sometimes, at like a distance that's closer. So you would literally be only using it as if you were punishing with a melee weapon. And I don't think you'd get as much out of it, unfortunately. Like the Lingering Flame hits multiple enemies at the same time if you bait them. You can stack them all at once and get a lot of damage out of it. So I think that's the best possible pyromancy you could have for something like this. I don't know if there is a better one. Like I would, unless there's some I forget about, but I think it is the best one in the game almost. It's just the level of the fire seeds we got too, right? So we have I think plus 6 on the flame right now. The highest level of the firestorm is decent too. Like it would hit multiple enemies, so that's an option. But it takes a long time to be in that animation with, whereas the Lingering Flame on this, if we get somebody stuck, from a distance we can cast it, and then we could run away and it still has effect later, so it's perfect for if we're escaping something, rather than having to actually wait till they're close and use it. I'll just wait till they're far away, leave it, doesn't matter even if they're not close right away, and then you can stack a bunch. The Poison Butterfly for the win. It didn't even get me with the poison on that one. Yeah, I wish there was some sort of input reads that they would do for Combustion, kind of like Gwen on DS1. Some enemies they would like sidestep or try to escape, and then they'd get themselves killed because it still goes within the the range. I wish we could also use the Drake Wing to actually deal the damage, but it's a little too slow though. Like I'd have to use strafes that are a little hard to like try to use at times where you would not want to be doing that anyways because the other stuff going on. No, Hide Lance wouldn't do a lot of damage either. Rusted Sword wouldn't be that great either. Okay. Keep them all at low health in case you get a bad spawn. Exactly. But the thing is, no matter what, you'd have to actually you'd have to kill them at some point because you wouldn't be able to spawn the rest of the enemies. That's the problem with this one. Not all the enemies spawn by killing one of them. It's actually killing 2 of them, it seems. So unless somehow the game supplies you with enough enemies to actually supersede the base enemies for the total bar, which I don't think it does, you'd actually have to kill 2. And so I think you'd do The first one would just get taken out. You'd leave these enemies that are pretty good. You can kill them and then lower Rotten and Darklurker right after that. Get them very close back to back and then just deal with the base enemies. Okay, Plunge can have 4 follow-ups, was that? Or is it still a triple combo? Okay. Nice laser. Imagine that as a Halloween costume. With the laser included. Don't even have to ring the doorbell. Okay, my dodge for the thrust attack is pretty bad. Until that happens, and then it's good. It's only good when it doesn't matter. That's the rhyme and reason for that. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna rerun this one. Mool, how's it going? That was a scary sound. What is that casting supposed to be? Is that like just the center of Blinding Bolt without the actual other effects there? What the hell? It seems like it's pointless, that one. Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, dude, he must not die. He must die, like, before we get there all the time, and we've never seen that yet. That's pretty weird. So, the dino dies from the cursed jar that's behind them. We just got there so fast that we saw it. That's really funny, dude. You get to see so many things being affected by either the environment or other enemies' friendly fire that like it completely changes the experience of how they program this, because they could have done that a lot more often and made it kind of fun, but you don't even get to see the full extent because you never have that guy in an area to get cursed. And that makes me wonder if he could get cursed by like one of the basilisks or something like that. That even makes sense. No, Rotten, I don't want you to take the lingering flame. $2.99 on him. definitely rerunning this one too. There you go, good escape. Ooh, almost fumbled the exit there. I feel like that's scarier than even playing the fight, damn. Someone was saying that Otz had a run that was really good, and he screwed up the homeward bone on this one. I'm wondering what the actual layout was. I gotta check in. I've never seen this run in depth. I want to see exactly what people are getting now. It's gonna be very satisfying to just see what kind of seeds we've had other people have. I always thought Darklurker's second pair of cross arms looked like. That's hilarious, dude. That's so funny. I think for me, I died to him enough where I could see on the camera when you do die, like it walks pretty close up to it, so you get to see even the chime too that he's holding. Culture's very intriguing for Thailand, Brandon. Yeah, that's actually somewhere I want to go. I was going to spend a month there. That was the goal, because you can basically get a place that's cheaper than rent over here, that's like way nicer, and then just stay there. If you can work from there too, it's amazing. I love the food as well. Some of my favorite food to make that's different than like the normal stuff I would do. I really like Thai food. But yeah, there's some interesting things. There's some questionable things too. But if you're just enjoying the, you know, just the basic stuff over there, things that are, we could say holistic, I think you're good. I'll let you know how it is when I go there. You can get the key closer to the bonfire by killing an invader near the boss door. Oh, Rowena, right? Okay. So you have to go up. I think you have to go to the valley up here. But then we got this situation. I don't know how we would do it from this side, but that is good information. That might help if we're actually on this fight for a while. Could be good. You'd starve in Thailand? You're super picky with food? I don't know. I know that there's like the adjustment phase, like for a lot of different cuisines, you do get screwed up from food sometimes depending on how they do the seasoning, like the source of the ingredients, all that stuff. But other than that though, I'd probably be in heaven for the food for sure. And like for the most part, I think it's relatively healthy, like some of the basic stuff. It's not too bad. Though what you could do, you could just go and cook. Like if you went to like markets there, you could just get like stuff that you kind of recognize and then just cook. Maybe you have to go there to stop being picky. That's the goal. Okay, Rotten completely stuck right here. Big Dum Dum Rotten, and a good opportunity for Sinner here. Yeah, we could definitely just do this. Maybe. Till Darklurker joins the battle. So, like, if you guys notice, Sinner can't move past the corner of these mounds right here. Like, she gets stuck sometimes. It's kind of funny. How's the price of meat there, if you know? I'd have to ask someone that I know that's been there or lived there for a bit. Never asked about the prices of this stuff. I just know that like the cost of living is much cheaper if you take your money and then you go there and stay there. So, like for a vacation, it wouldn't just be a week. It would be like I'd go there for a month probably, because it'd be the equivalent of a vacation somewhere else for like maybe not even 7 days, depending on how you budget it and what you're into and all that. Oh, see, that was really cool for a second. Okay, there's a short range thrust attack. Okay. There's the strafe. God tier strafe. And the corner. I'll take 3 of those. Oh, dude, the stationary attack into another one without a backstep, imagine. She's attacking them nothing in the middle of the arena. Why? Follow up. Another one. Oh, crazy. Dude, strafing all 3 of them, zigzag. What is that? What is this speedrun? That's pretty cool. That was a montage moment. That was almost like we were in 2009 or something like that, before the game came out. One thing I will say too on this, if we try light equip load, we don't do a second weapon, we'd be able to escape some of the situations you have to double roll the spacing, because the recovery of the attack on this, sometimes you need to do a setup roll for it to escape the swipe from center. Might be worth trying the lighter equip load, even though that's just nuts in my opinion. I wouldn't even think of that as a method. If I had to choose the methods on this, I'd have to play the layout first to see. That wouldn't be my first idea, but it's starting to seem like something that could actually help a little bit. Okay, on this one, Rotten stuck here, I believe. And then just regular enemies. So lingering flames, gotta throw them up here. Of course, I tried to. I was spamming the cancel for forbidden, but you must not be able to cancel unless you have the endurance. That's actually that's interesting because I didn't know that. I thought the mechanic works all the time if you have the ability to push the button. It's not true though. So you actually have to have stamina to cancel, or like you have to have stamina where ahead of time, if the calculation would have gone past 0 or like past the end of the bar, it wouldn't work. So that's a learning lesson right there. That's a basic thing. It wouldn't have been a good fight later on anyways, but I was trying to get the practice on it. Every enemy in one room, it's quite an ensemble of enemies in one room for sure. The last center more like dead center for that period of time, yes, definitely. That wasn't bad, just I wasted a lot of the Estus early on. We can play slightly better. I gotta get those strafes. I think the only opportunity now, it's not even just punishing neutral attacks. I have to have the follow-up swing, and then we can't roll to evade it. We have to actually strafe it and then get the punish, because then there's at least 2 seconds to escape if I do it very fast. Otherwise, there's an unpredictable amount of time to escape. It could be 0, could be negative, could trade, could be like lucky if she backsteps and doesn't do it in a direction that's good. And that's all what Darklurker's mainly doing too. I'd say Rotten probably will never catch up, unless I'm trying to just like move away from the situation to find a good spot anyways. JC, what's up, dude? How are you doing? Oh. Alright, no dino this time. He's already dead. We were a little too slow getting to the area. Alright, for equip load, let's try to go light equip, like I was saying. See if that's good. Ooh, Judgment Gloves are only 1.8, that's pretty good. Rampart Golem leggings also are very, very light compared to Havel's. Okay. So this is under 30% with just the Rapier. Crazy far rolls right here. And in trade, I can change Chloranthy for the resistance. It's either that or we go back to equip load and have Havels anyways. And better gloves. Oh, that's 30.8. That's so close. Oh, and then Flynn's Ring does go up a little bit, I think, but... Oh, sorry, no, it can't because of Royal Soldier. Never mind. Yeah, we'll do this one. Deathless is going to be hell on this one. It'll probably be one of the hardest challenges you could do for like a... Oh, sorry, I can't say overall. Like a world record speedrun's still much harder than a lot of stuff like this over time because of the amount of kind of competition on it in the leaderboards. Damageless might be a bit easier. I could probably get Damageless a little sooner. And then, yeah, it would be like harder than most basic challenges. Or, sorry, ones that are not speedruns or like really, really ridiculous marathons or damageless. We'll say damageless plus other conditions. With a Wii mode, oh boy. No scaling mean no leveling? No, it just means the enemies have their base scaling. So the actual randomizer itself, it can kind of correct things to make it adjusted for areas you find things in. Or have like a progression that's somewhat similar to the typical playthrough you would do, even though the enemies are different. So no scaling just means everything just remains with its base stats. There we go. Thank you. hitbox on that is brutal. Ooh, laser being cool. Okay. It's being very nice. Oh, lingering flame eaten by the wall there. Mega greed, yay! Okay. And Ron's still stuck. I feel bad for killing the butterfly there. It wasn't even doing anything. That'd be one of those things where if it kind of took over priority for a slot that was going to be replaced later, it would be smart to just not do anything. I don't think that's how this works, though. Backstab? Nope, never mind. Get away. Ooh. That was my bad with not seeing the laser off screen there. Where it was headed. Not the butterfly, I know, right? Oh, hey. Hey now. I think backstabs on this are also kind of subjective because if we had Forbidden Sun, I can think of a couple other projectiles from other enemies too where it would have splash damage after you already got out of the frames. Overlapping, that could be bad even if you had a really good window initially. So trying to not go for them on purpose would be a little bit smarter. Let's see some like really chill enemies. I think we want poison resin on this. What's the HP on Darklurker? I don't know the base amount. It's just whatever the normal one is. You could probably look it up and see. It's a decent amount for him normally. He's doing a lot of back-to-back Forbidden Suns, which is really funny. It's highly entertaining to see that. $523 on Rotten for the Lingering Flame. That's crazy. Okay. I'll go with that. I'm just going to put on the other herbs. Because we have a lot of the really good ones I saved. I didn't want to kill Rotten. No, I didn't want to kill him right away. All good. All good, man. Oh, is it all good, though? Is it actually? That dog thinks to... He wants to think it's all good, the dog. The lizard doesn't think it's all good. The skeleton thinks it's all good. The wraith might think it's okay. Maybe. Just maybe. It's all dependent on if the lizard thinks it's all good. It really depends on that. Hyde Knight definitely thinks it's all good. He's chilling. Spitter thinks it could possibly be okay. Oh, you can get interruption with R2 on that. Okay. It's good to know. So both Alone Knights. Lurker with the possible missiles, so we have to still be a little bit aware of that. Good lineups on that deal right here. Nice. Oh, how did that stagger backwards from the side? Okay, that Wraith's attacks are not nice. Not ideal. So freebie attack on Darklurker, we're looking out for that one. It's a good one. R2 here for stagger. Double. Roll back on both. Excuse me, iframes. Hey, even the Lone Knights, they're kind of janky on slanted surfaces. I just wanted the last hit on you. One's almost dead. Ouch. That's a big ouch. That's kind of big ouch as well. Thank you. That's all I want. Just for now. That's a help. It's pretty decent. We need to get in on this immediately. Okay. It's a double one, so we have to watch out for the side angle here too. Go back over here for this. Lone Knight Captain, double R2, get away. Looking for a Lone Knight Captain again, double R2. He's not dead yet, go back for one. Wraith, fill the corner, perfect. Now is there is that a mana dude a caster too? Who else is a caster? Who else is pew pew in here? Can't tell if the other one appeared after we killed the other enemies. Maybe. Okay, laser's okay at this distance, I believe. Majula Pig is funny. Oh, that Wraith is being nice. Okay, just don't... Yeah, actually, I'll let you stay there for a second. Okay, we gotta get on these ones. Jump over there. Ooh, the jump actually can get canceled too. Okay, good laser angle for this. Sneaky sneak. Go. Okay, equip load's a little higher now, so I gotta take off something. Gotta abandon the cuffs here. Freebie attack. Try to pull that caster there. I don't want to hit the Hide Knight though. This should be good distance. Oh, she heals everybody. Ooh. But how much though? Like, definitely can't heal Darklurker. There's no way. I'd be shocked if that was the case. Okay, we gotta get eyes on here. And Majula snipe. Piggy snipe. Boom. She's gone. Cool. Then freebie attack with Forbidden Sun. So we're just gonna imagine one goes really bad. Over here. Mushroom. So Stone Soldier from King's Passage is not going to be ideal. I'm trying to think if we want to actually just go and hit him before he actually animates there. It might be a better idea. It's kind of hard to say though. I think the lizard, like, it might actually want to aggro in that range. We want him last. If there's no other spawns after this one. I'm thinking between the remaining health, I think it is just Darklurker and them, because he still has quite a bit left. He's safe to fight now though. I guess we could just go for him other than just this spitter right here. See if I can take out the spitter. Range on the laser. It's not too bad. Missile still blocked. Perfect. Alright, that's out of the way then. Split doesn't work. Nice. So mushroom guys spawn, okay. Oh, this guy's pretty weak. Okay, we got a little mini giant too. See, I want to cancel that one, but we'll leave it there. All good. Horson. Oh, I thought you were saying Horson because the horse guy with the twin blade. He was a horse dude. It was how I'd imagine a knight if you actually played chess to the death. Okay, so Hide Knight's gonna be a little bit weird. What is this? That's the dead body. I don't think there's going to be any more. I think it's just Lizard and Hide Knight. At least I think it is. Seems like it could be. Might be wrong. No, it definitely looks like it. Hide Knight, no. Ooh. There we go. Big trades. Okay, now we just chill and get some health back. Oh, man. Playing as the queen. Oh, man. The knight's hunting you down. Yeah, that was a little lazy, that one, unfortunately. Oh, okay. Don't want to waste the last mushroom for other stuff we could be doing, so we'll save that. See, I'm not sure in this one if you spam restoration if it actually goes up quicker. Kind of like Blessed Dew Talisman, you can do that with. I think that would be for Elden Ring. The Battle of Attrition of all attritions. It's pretty involved though too. Like attrition would be like slow pace. This is definitely not, the pacing's not slow. It's just there's a lot of stuff, right? This one, this particular part is it's like almost purgatory, I would say. But yeah, I'll wait till I get like at least close to full health. Oh, getting dizzy. Ephialtes, how have you been? Welcome back. Peritombs, how are you doing as well? Gonna go ahead and say GG. It's not GG yet because the lizards by themselves, they will kill you if you're in front of them and they connect. I think it's only at least 1 or 2 of the projectiles. You're just dead because it kind of just launches you into the other ones. That was even with poise. They're very, very tricky. Like usually you don't even see them for most of the regular game. It's just like very special parts. So if I'm gonna kill this one, I'd probably use the toxic on it. Just don't know if that's gonna actually aggro him, so we'll have to. I don't even know. Like we stayed pretty close before and still took damage on this guy. It'll be fine though. It's not a big deal. It's just more so. Probably want to get toxic first, then finish with melee if he does turn. What's going on, Roller? Not too much. We're finally into Skeleton Lords on this. I think that if I'm going to do this again next time and we have all this content completed, we're doing Deathless. We're still not going to go to them at this point. We would do quite a bit of farming, and then I would probably have to have played decent with the healing items beforehand. The only thing that was really nice, we had Bright Buds. But yeah, I might actually even, like, even though it sounds kind of funny, I might just take a save state here on a character that is, like, half decent, and then just generate seeds for this fight, and then just practice. See how many combinations we can get good at. Because I don't think it would be even worth doing the whole run and Skeleton Lords just normal. Like, even if you've already played the run and got to them, I think you'd want to actually even just do practice. Just to see. Because there's definitely layouts that'd be easier than this, but there's ones that'd be harder too. After this, I'm going to try Deathless, or you move into DS3. We're doing DS3 on this at the same time, so 3 would be a higher priority because I think that it doesn't require much practice. It'll just be attempts. And then with this one, it might be 2 different types of categories, so I might do everything randomized without the scaling setting being turned off. Or I guess technically no scaling not checked off. Perry, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Actually, speaking of which, you just reminded me. I'm going to re-upload that one. So I re-edited it to a bit of a shorter video. Took out some stuff that was like a little bit unnecessary for it. I made the longer edit for the second channel, which is on now if you want to see the full fights that were worth seeing specifically. It's like a 9+ hour edit. And then there is the version that's under 2 hours now for the main channel. That'll be up tomorrow. I could put it up today, but it's a little bit too late today, I think. Skelly Lords and Gargs, the 2 hardest in the rando. Oh yeah, dude, I forgot we technically have access to gargoyles too. We could have tried that first. Ooh, that's gonna be a crazy one too, because you have like a little bit of time to try to kill each one, but the HP pools will be a lot, so we could save that one until maybe DLC is done. It's a 6 boss gauntlet still? Yeah, that's crazy. I think even with the no scaling not being included or anything, like that's still pretty insane, because at that point, whatever it would be changed to in terms of their HP or whatever, it would still be a decent amount, right? Like regular gargoyles on damage list, to one-shot them, you have to do a lot. You have to, like, I think it was like Sunlight Blade, Sacred Oath stacked with a Bright Bug, or one or the other, plus the stats being near the hard cap for a lot of those things. Old Knight Hammer, the R2 counter with, like, I think Ring of Blades, regular Ring of Blades, and typically Red Tearstone, but if you don't want to do that, then you have to, yeah, you also have to have some other stuff going on, too. Over-leveled, have a Bright Bug, maybe Sunlight Blade, yeah, exactly. Okay, so this guy's safe. We're good. For future reference, if we get one on this one and he's not aggro. Only one toxic nest, too. Wow. How generous. Oh, oops, we gotta switch this. Oh, that's skeleton lords, man. It's a time of all times. And then we need to go back to 30% equip load. We're gonna stick with that for a little bit, just a tiny bit. Could have had this for the whole time. You aged for nothing. That's hilarious. Yeah, thank you for sticking through that one, guys. That was a tough one for sure, but I really should have been a little bit more skeptical on Sinner. Like, you'd have to play the fight as if you're doing not only just damageless, but you're almost even more careful than that, because the stamina, like, you'd have to be accounting for a lot of timing that is not related to that fight at all. So it's not just perfect gameplay on Sinner. And then the escapes from the lunges at a distance, I still don't even know if you can roll those backwards at all. You might have to have a higher ADP. And so I think Skeleton Lords would be... It would kind of be calibrated that way, where I do higher ADP for it as well. So we'd farm for whatever you need for 110 agility by scaling that ADP, and you'd have a little bit of a higher chance for sure, but like weird attacks like that would be better. Iron Keep isn't accessible until you're fully geared out. Exactly. Yeah, it's like one of the last things you'd be doing. And then because of that, DLC 2 isn't accessible unless... So on the way that I'm doing this, I forgot to mention, all the DLCs technically could be accessible, but then it's just by chance that the keys would be behind any area from Skeleton Lords and onwards, which most of the time you'll probably find at least one. But for my particular run without the key item shuffled right now, just this test run of this, we could not do DLC 2 until that was done, because the key is in Iron Keep. All right, let's get ADP a bit higher now. Got around to playing Lords of the Fallen. Know you had some issues with that. Personally, you thought the bosses were too easy in it. Was that after the updates that they did, or are you talking about you played like the first version of it? Because I think the boss fights aren't too bad. It's mainly the amount of enemies.
Are you a traveler?
There's like a high
I'm
density
Claire
enemies before they did the first update.
An ore-stone trader. I travel about collecting rare stones. I never planned to visit this god's forsaken place, but I don't know. I must have just wandered in.
We're getting just souls from it. What the? What is
But now
that?
that I'm here,
Get out of here.
I've been scouting around for rare bits.
Where'd he come from?
Oh, don't look. Many. Oh, I've extras.
Wow, man. Oh, Defender's Shield. That's a great shield. That's a very, very good shield, man. Nice. I think we have the other Hollow Mage Hood. Not the white version, but the other one. 3 of the mushrooms were pretty cheap, too. Proud Knight for the lowest I think I've seen them. Both of these. Wow. And actual healing items. And the herbs. Okay, she has a good inventory, dude. And the chunks, too. Wow. This isn't bad.
Visit.
Kind of feels decent having done that, and then you actually get something out of it for all the work you put into gargoyles. Or, I keep saying gargoyles.
What?
Skeleton Lords. I think I am going to go back to check Strayed for the trades on Gargoyle Soul and Iron Kings. We're going to have to hold on to until we get there, just in case. Do I have a streaming schedule? Forgot. I stream every single day, but I usually try to just get the stuff done that I need to beforehand. So it's as soon as I'm done everything else, I'll go live. If there's nothing else to do, I'll go live earlier. It's why it's very difficult for me to actually have a schedule. It's always just going to be frequent, but it can't be like on the minute. unless I put the other stuff as a second priority, which it just can't be, unfortunately. So yeah, that's mainly the idea. It'll usually be afternoon Eastern Standard Time till evening, every single stream in general, but sometimes it'll be evening until like late evening or night, rarely. It's, best way you could keep up with it is just joining the Discord, joining the Twitter to know when I go live ahead of time from the Twitter. If I post that there's going to be a delay or something. Discord, I try to put up any information if there's any changes as well, but it's within that time frame. So today we've been live for what, 5 hours, so it's 11:45 my time that we went live. That's AM, so whatever your time zone is, you can expect like just shortly after that on a typical day for quite a while, but it's never going to be exactly the same though. There might be a day where I can actually make it so that that's the main priority, but right now it's not the first thing to get done, and it's also a disadvantage for me to go live really early too, because of time zones. It's actually better for me to go live at the latest now. I think 6 p.m. to start, or 3 p.m. would be the earliest where we get peak time, and we still actually hit the late audience. That would be North America before bed, and Europe if they like stay up super, like DGen Europe, late North America, and then after work Europe to start is like the best time slot if you're not going to do overnight. Anything before that's really tricky. You'd have to have like a lot of people that are able to watch while they're working or at school or something like that. But for me, it just works for life balance and everything. Otherwise, I would do the overnight again, or I'd do the streaming until like I go to, like the minute I go to sleep or something every day. Okay. I don't need to change anything here. What are we doing? Straight. DGen Europe. Yeah, I don't mean to be rude about that. I'm just saying that's what people will call it. Like if you have like a really screwed up schedule, then DGen Europe would be like, you know, you stay up till 4 in the morning or something like that, or 5 in the morning typically. Dude, wait, Strayed has poison arrows. What am I? What? Dude, was that new? What is that from? Okay, maybe we pointed that out and I just didn't even realize that one. That's insane, man. Wow. Yeah, let's get more of those. But wait. Check the trade for Belfry Soul. Yeah, nothing's available for that right now. It's saying I have Velstad's Soul still. Maybe I didn't notice. Because it kind of looks like Alsana's and some of the other ones. Yeah, we still have Velstad's. It's because we haven't done Gargoyles yet. So Velstad's trade isn't great. Let's just pop Velstad's. Get some of the poison arrows, then we'll go back and get something from Cloan as well. Alright. Thoughts on a cayenne as seasoning? Cayenne pepper? It's okay. It's not too bad. I think it could be pretty good. It's pretty common, right? Could do that or other chilies, and they're all relevant. Depends on like, so I look at spices more so for like what they provide as like a flavor factor, not so much the name of the spice, but what it's actually doing, like what kind of flavor you get out of it, and then also the combination of those flavors together too. And then what would maybe be overpowering. Other things are already present in a mixture of seasonings that have multiples as well, especially sodium too, because if you have like multi-seasonings that have salt, you don't want to add too much salt to something, but if you have ones that have none, then you got to compensate for that. That'll bring out flavor in other things too. You know, things are bitter, things are more like neutral, or maybe they go well with like sweetness also could be a factor, like where you wouldn't put something that's kind of like neutral if it needs sugar and something that's savory as often, unless you want to make like a really weird kind of flavor for it. The fruity flavor of Habs. The type used for paprika is pretty mild. Fresh cayenne peppers. How do you start going up by 10s for the arrows? You have to do left and right on the D-pad. This is the only game that lets you do that up to this point, I remember. Demon Souls and DS1 didn't. And then I think you can... I'm pretty sure you can do it in all the other games after this one.
You've been long away.
But I think they invented that on this. Okay, all the healings. Ah, the mushrooms, man. We'll have to come back for those. I'll write that down, though.
Visit me again, whenever you please.
And that shield's very close to being obtainable, too. You learn something every stream. Yeah, that's a really handy thing to do if you're not wanting to get the maximum or just hold the up button forever. It's pretty cool. Dude, this is not a nice layout enemies. Oh my god. Harvest Valley already testing us. I was trying to get the backstab and then he got the front stab. Alright, we'll try that one again completely. That was a cool move. It is they are really cool, and they can also throw their weapon completely too. But other than that, ugh. Unfortunate. All right. Round 2. More Twinkling Titanite, good. Wait, so because he spawned in there, does he get poisoned by default? Is this another farming opportunity? I think that might be, man. The Lion Warrior, he just died by himself. Oh, we got the shield pokes now. Look at that, man. He died because he didn't have purple moss. He needed the special version because his DNA reacts to the regular green moss on this game. Screws him up, man. That's how you can weed out the time travelers, you know? He gets diarrhea. Can you snipe the little guy on top of the giant? You can, but I don't think it's not a separate enemy, so they don't go into their own movesets. If that makes sense. Like if he dies, the other guy dies. It's all together. Clear bluestone. I think that was for something to do with magic. Shortened spellcasting time. That could actually be pretty good if we're going to use Lingering Flame, but not be in danger. Traveling Merchant. Titanite Chunks, Human Effigy, but Divine Blessing's great. That's amazing. Alright. Surprised Pony's not even doing anything here. Covetous Demon Soul? Ooh, okay. Gotta go with the club on this one again. Okay, Gurmax isn't great. Skull. The torch. We haven't actually really needed to use torches too much here. Finish up your first run with that weapon, the large club. Do you know how to roll Eating Serpent's lava attack? Oh, you're talking about Rykard? Which attack is it particularly? Do you have a clip of it, Slade, or anything you can kind of reference? Fragment branch, okay. Gavlan.
Gavlan knew you.
He's got no dialogue here, really. Bone shield I already have. Oh, he's gonna have the same inventory, I just realized that. But we can sell him so much stuff, dude. All the duplicates. Alright, here we go. So, don't need this. I'm gonna probably keep the second one, because it's not a bad weapon. The royal one is gone. Definitely keep defenders and all that as well. Basic infantry axe, see ya. Yeah, anything that's pretty anything decent that we could use, we'll keep. Like very small weapons from the beginning are gone. Spear is gone completely. Keep Santiers as well. It's kind of cool we have the Bone Fist. I really like the Bone Fist, but it's just not great for actually killing things. It just looks cool. The special from it might be good as a projectile, but other than that, Bone Fist unfortunately is underwhelming. Got a lot of the magic shields. I think that's it for rings too. We'll keep all the materials. It's Fox, what's up, man? How are you doing? Have you tried the Seamless on DS1 yet? Lois Souls? I don't need those. No. Not Lois Souls in a chest. That's a crime. Come on. Can't do that. Lightning Great Arrow. We have so many Great Arrows, but just no use for them right now. If I ever went back and I did this with the Great Bow, it would be just to knock people off ledges. I don't think it would even be good to deal damage at all. Gavlan, yeah, he's on like a new path there, apparently. Oh, we got another monastery charm too. Nice. Okay, this is looking pretty crazy. Jump. No jump. Wait, did the hammer actually take damage there? What was that? What? Did you miss a chest back there in the room where Gavlan was? Which one would it be? We got the one that's beside him and then underneath. Is there a hidden one through like a wall that you have to activate with the prompt button or something like that? I was saying in the beginning of this, like, I don't remember every single hidden door in the entire game, so... There's a chest in this open... Oh, this area. Like where we are right now. So nothing there. That corner is just basic items in the ground. There's a box right there, and then nothing here. So where would it be particularly? That was a box? You thought it was a chest? Oh, I thought you were talking about like you knew it was a chest. My bad. It was a prediction based on box. I see. I was starting to freak out a little bit. I was like, man, like when we were doing this area for the setup on damage lists, that would have probably been helpful because this area just has a bunch of upgrade materials. It's pretty good usually. Okay, there we go. We got the toxic. Nice. Get Brittany's Spear Giant. Why is there no friendly fire? Oh, that has a pretty crazy splash radius on it. I can't imagine us doing this seed perfectly, and we had no access to the poison arrows until later. Because when we had found them, I think it was no, sorry, Strayed. Yeah, Strayed had them. That was still a little bit later into it to get the fragrant branch for him. So maybe we would want to like just completely gate progression altogether and go to him and see. What was that? That was a glitch. That was definitely not normal. It must have thought he was falling or something like that when he got stuck. There's no way that's normal. Fantella, how have you been? The enemy got bored. Yeah, no, that's a weird one. I've never seen that before. I've seen that you can do that to the plate, like the actual character itself, if you get stuck in between two objects with nothing underneath you. And then you try to run, and it'll do like a mini squat, and then you'll die after about like 4 of them. But it wasn't over like a gap or anything, so I'm wondering why that happened to him. If they get stuck for some time, they feel like dying. Yep. He digs his head into the ground and then throws lava at you. For the for that attack on Rykard, you would need Vow of the Indomitable or what's it called? The Mist Raptor for that one. I'm pretty sure for the frames on it. Otherwise, you just run and jump. So I don't think I have an example that I could remember particularly in a run. Like, we've done it on stream many times. I've showed it in practice. Just can't remember if it's in an official run, because typically you wouldn't even want to have that, but it definitely occurs here and there. So I'd say start sprinting in a direction, like left is a little bit more preferable for me. And you go diagonal slightly, and basically anytime he's not doing anything, you get ready to do that in case he does it. And then you just do a jump at the very, very last second, and not only will you clear it, but you'll iframe the ground effect as well. And then if you still have trouble on or you're curious in the future, next time we play it, when I practice Rykard or anything like that, I'll show you. Maki, it's going good, dude. How are you? We are finally in Northern Peak. I killed Skeleton Lords. It was a war. It wasn't even just a battle. It was like the sequel movie where they finally made up for the lack of action in the first one. think there's definitely budget cuts towards the end, though. Some of those other enemies that were not automatically activating, they still had their default area behaviors. They're just like, yeah, you got to do something that you can't technically do in this area for us to even be relevant here. This is actually really convenient. I didn't think about going this way casually, so yeah, this is definitely the way to do it on the rando here. You get like the sneak preview of what's in this room without getting instant poison from the enemy that's going to be right there. Assuming they're going to be aggressive enough to just break an urn right in front of you. Except for if there is a sorcerer that has projectiles, you should probably kill it first. But if you didn't see it, you are bad. Probably get eye tested. Lack of 20/20 vision. They always run out of money towards the end of the production. True. The sequels were secretly just part of the original movie that was 9 hours, and they just cut it up anyways and pretend it's 3 movies. Complete scam. Oh, that's like an actual pit. Okay. The whole time I was doing this, I still thought that was the floor. Never mind. Are they poison resistant? Anything we've seen in this area so far has been acting pretty normal for the poison, because the only enemy that was in the poison that was not getting ticked by it, that's normally not in this area, was the horse, but it wasn't activated yet, and I think that, I don't even know if it can be poisoned or if it even counts as being on the ground at all. Like, it might not even be like positioned as if its location is on ground. It might just be floating. No idea. But yeah, the other enemy that was in the poison died immediately. That was the lion. Everything else didn't touch it, except for the guy that's normally already in the poison by default. So I guess we'll have to see. On this part right here, again, the dude that got covered in the poison, I think he was just a basic enemy that'd be in here anyways. The horses have a very high poison resist? Okay. Speaking of which... Uh-oh. I think we do the bonfire, go backwards, and then come back down here to get these. Did you not tick the option in randomizer where Malentia can still sell you infinite life gems? I can check and see. Give me a second. I'll have to open up the actual directory for the game. Give me one moment. Hopefully we don't die right here. Yeah, is that what people are using? Because the settings for me, I was mainly just prioritizing everything that would normally make sense, like what it launches with plus scaling, and then no like stupid easy settings, if that makes sense, other than just key items, obviously, for the item part. For our first playthrough, we're not shuffling those. But for the mass majority of it, it's just the normal stuff. Let's see. Oh, Malentia's life gems. With this, Malentia will always sell her life gems when she's in Majula. Yeah, I don't have that checked, no. Was that something that someone got added because there was a problem? Like, did this originally not have that setting, or was that like a thing that was always there? It's a really particular type of setting to have. Solaire Covenant. I'm trying to think of where that even is. Solaire Covenant in this game. No idea. Yeah, okay, so there's a Melentia life gem setting apparently. That's cool. Definitely not going to use it. I think we're too far to turn that on now, but maybe I'll decide to play with it for the Deathless. If that's like the standard for it, then we'll do it. What? Oh, there's an item right there. What? Oh, speaking of which, we're just talking about life gems. Nice. Oh, that's the big boy hide knight? Oh, God. He's gonna poison himself, though. Okay. So yeah, these enemies can poison themselves, 100%. Is this one a trap? Yes, it is. Oh, more poison. Of course they did that. That's interesting. Blossoms? Okay, thank you. We haven't really been using those too much. But I got Chloranthy +1, so... I don't know if I need stamina now. What's your opinion on Tears for Fears, Blue? I'm not sure what that is. What is that? Also, Brex, how have you been, man? I might have already said hi to you if I didn't. You get 2 hellos, no complaints at all, or I'm probably gonna just stop playing, and then they'll blame you. All right, we're gonna see what's going on here. Covetous Demon Arena. What could it be? Oh shit! Wait, what? Why? Doesn't make any. Oh my god! Because the hollows that are normally in this room also get replaced by enemy. Okay, so this is a multi-fight too, with friendly fire. At least as far as Chariot goes. Maybe because Chariot has friendly fire in the regular fight, it does that. Or Covetous Demon just bodies the hollows. Dude, the Mimic even? What is going on? Dude, 2 Mimics? Oh, I'm done, dude. That's insane. The Mimic's grab doesn't even look like a grab. It looks like he's just swiping. Okay, so I gotta get used to that one. We haven't seen the Mimic that gets Crawly yet. We've only had... what I believe is him in the position before he transforms, and then he was either killed very fast or we didn't even like go and do anything with it. So that's a new thing. Why? Wait, where was the bonfire? Oh no, you don't get it unless you go and beat that. I forgot. I was wondering. Does your character sound male? Are you crazy? Have you used the gender swap coffin? No, I made a male character. I just have the Black Witch robe on. Because it's really good for defense. Like the elemental defense and all that. I think it's the best chess piece in slot in the game for most things in general. In PvP it was huge, I remember that. I'm wearing the Flash of Yellow. How did you know? Wait, don't spoil it for everybody though. Dude, a bright bug again on that? That's crazy. We've gotten most of the bright bugs just off of regular enemies dying. Not even picking them up from anywhere of interests. I'll take that. That's cool. Kale, what's up, man? Okay, we gotta do the effigy here. I think I might have to actually use the Radiant Life Gems in this fight. It's painful. There's a chest there? Yeah, there's a chest on this part too. I should have gone for that. Let's see if we can get it. No chance. I don't know why I thought that you would actually get momentum from that roll. That doesn't make any sense. Not in this game. Did them for last year, Kale? Oh, hopefully it was good, dude. I'm crossing my fingers for you. Ugh. All right. See if we can maybe actually make the jump this time. The hair and the clothes look feminine. Oh, the pink hair is mainly just because I do crazy colors for everything. Like, I prefer if it would be like some randomizer for the character every time, so you don't have to actually make it. And then it just saves presets. Possibly even non-human characters too, but... yeah, that's just my normal thing. It wasn't any particular interest in the color, it's just something different. Whatever goes with the flow at the moment. Yeah, you just reminded me that coffin's a thing. So that's where you do the quest line for getting the ladle, and we actually didn't do that early. So you just reminded me, I gotta go back there. We gotta go back there, and then we also gotta do the trades for the Silky Stones, too. Want to hear a fun fact? I do, yeah. Okay, I don't know if it's safe to grab the chest here. Let's see. Oh my god, what? That doesn't make any sense. That mathematically cannot happen. Even fake math can't even support that. They're still trying to find the answer. Corrosive, okay. Oh, Kale, really? Well, if you don't mind me asking, can I ask what the name is, or is that just you want to keep that confidential? Is it commercial enough where it wouldn't be one particular thing, like where it wouldn't be a big deal? Why is this not openable? Oh, this must be a mimic, and then it glitched on me opening it. Yeah. Okay, so we were fooled completely. I didn't know that that wasn't a real chest. It's in a pretty funny spot, though, to be fair, so. Oh, man. Yeah, I just wanted to know, like, how was it spelt differently? Is that the thing? Same name, but just spelled differently? Titanite slab. Same spelling, really. Okay. The strawberry milkshake, man. This is the dude that will haunt you in your dreams. Completely. This character's gonna... I'm trying to think of what their haunting would even be like. Probably eat your toes or something like that. Or he'd eat his own toes and he'd walk around with no toes. And they'd fall over and then mimic you. He'd eat you like the mimic. Arch sword, what is that? Oh, that's from Flexile. Okay. I didn't know that's what it was called. Do I make them, Phyrexian? No. Why? Like for merch? You looking for some merch in the do-reg department? I don't think that's an option. I was looking at the stuff that I have available for the store that I use, and there's a lot of really cool stuff, but some of it's like so specific that I mean, it's just kind of silly in my opinion. I know people would still buy it. There's people that have requested some funny things. It's at no loss to me, but it's just weird though, some of the stuff. There's a lot of variations of the same thing too. A lot of different, like more premium or fancy suppliers of shirts and hoodies, different material that I thought wasn't a thing. Okay, this mimic is already outside the fog gate, but we can't hit him. Oh, that's cursed, man. That's so cursed immediately. What? How did... Oh, it's because we already triggered the fight, that's why. So now that it's been activated, it changes the placement. Wow. It's cool that the Mimic has a rebound effect as if you're hitting the metal, but it's still an enemy. That's really weird. Ah, this grab is insane. I don't know if I actually agree with the grab. So yeah, Covetous Demon fight is something to watch out for. Alright, well we got the bonus. We got Guardian Dragon Soul as well. Nice. It'd be funny even if it was just for fun. It would be pretty funny, yeah. I'd make them very cool, but I don't think a lot of people would be getting them because they actually need them. It would just be one of those fun things that you're saying. Can you get a poster of Nameless King waiting screen for the stream? That'd be really detailed. Maybe I might be able to make that a display. We'd have to cut out a lot of the image. Like it wouldn't be a wide image. Or actually, no, sorry. You can get them printed sideways. Sorry. So yeah, we can do that. You can mount it sideways.
So the world might be mended.
Yeah, I'd have to see if it meets requirements.
JL on the rune, bro.
Because you have to get a vectored version usually, and the person that made it for me, they don't do art as commission. It was just a very special thing, so they'd have to make the time to give me the vectored version and everything like that. No one, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the good luck too. This one, it needs the luck. Like, dude, this challenge is crazy, dude. Like, even if we do complete it in around 25 hours or so, which I don't even think is going to happen at this point, this is just ridiculous sometimes. Because, dude, Covetous Demon is a multi-fight. That's nuts. And Skeleton Lords was harder than the first time I did Ivory King. So wait, are we at 20? Are we at 29 now? Wait, let me see. Yeah, we're at 29. Okay. There we go. Not bad. We're getting there. Happy Gamer, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Also, welcome back. Are the corpses randomized? Yeah, so in Covetous Demon, the reason that there's other enemies is there's these hollow guys that are in the room. I don't know if they're hanging from the ceiling or they're in boxes or something, but they're like captive in there. How do you play the original version of Dark Souls Remastered, having installed that random mod? Oh, are you talking about how to revert it back to vanilla? you'd want to uninstall all the files. So you can just delete the entire folder and reinstall the game. That's what I usually do. So you select all the files in the folder, delete them, recycle them, reinstall, and then verify the integrity of the cache through Steam if you need to. Do I go fishing once in a while? So for me, no. Fishing's not really my hobby. I've been fishing several times, but I don't fish, no. I don't think I'd ever make a point of doing it unless I was going to eat the food, and it would probably have to be like specific fish that I liked. So it wouldn't be like a pastime activity for me. It's just not, there's not enough going on. I'd want to do other things. But I think it could be part of something. Like I could do it as like a part of, let's say I was going to be like, okay, let's survive for like X amount of weeks in the forest or something like that, or on a mountain. Then yeah, I'd have to probably do a little bit of that, a little bit of other things. I would just not kill any animals specifically that are like more significant in terms of their lifespan or anything if I didn't have to, unless I was literally going to die. That would be the only way I'd do that. And then fishing wise, I did the whole thing where you catch it, you eat it. I've done like the, I don't even know what, fly fishing and stuff like that was okay. It was pretty fun. I've done it where you just like catch them and throw them back in, but it's a little, like I'd rather just sit there and like breathe or something like that, or meditate or whatever. Or go for like a hike. It's not as enjoyable for me personally, but I wouldn't be opposed to doing it again. Just it's definitely not my thing. Maybe harpoon fishing would be cool, like throwing like a freaking harpoon at something. I don't know. Every time you've been taken fishing, all you want to be doing is anything else. Yeah, that wasn't the case for me with the fly fishing. And then, obviously, if you know you're gonna eat it, that's also cool too. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know. I can think of it as being meditative for some people. There's other passive what is it called? Active meditation activities that you can do, and it seems like it would relate to the ones I like quite a bit, just for other reasons. Because there is quite a bit of downtime unless you're doing something like super aggressive, like there's this gigantic fish you're fighting or whatever, and it's like, you know, super fast pace or whatever. I don't know. How do you play the... Okay, so I already read that. Yeah, Kel, do you like fishing? Not a big fan of seafood. I love seafood. Seafood's my favorite. It was my favorite meat forever until I got the whole experience of having really good red meat, like super high quality, especially like bison and all that. So seafood's like a very close second to beef for me, or certain types of red meat. Like salmon's very close to that. And then chicken would come after that. Or any kind of poultry, turkey. Turkey would be before chicken, and then I've had duck. Duck would be... Duck's debatable. I think duck's a little lower than chicken overall. Harpoon fishing is whaling. Is that what it's called? Interesting. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna stop at this point. We're gonna do a quit out. We did quite a bit of progress today. We're still going to keep streaming, but I'm going to be switching over to doing the coaching with Cheese Whiz again to help him get his 0-hit run on Dark Souls Remastered. If you haven't seen it, he's got down to a PB of 1, and the first time we ever did the run, I just told him everything he needs to do in real time, step by step, without any practice beforehand. So it's been a run that I kind of taught him it, and then he's developed his own methods here and there, and we've been going back and forth trying to, you know, just get it as a team, with me just giving some call outs for certain things and the moral support, I guess you could call it. And so we're going back to that now, but I'm just going to pause really quickly. First, I'm going to take a break for like whatever amount of minutes we need to set it up, and just get another drink. And thank you so much for watching, Scholar. It was fun. It was a lot though. This was this was my favorite day of doing it again. It's getting better. It's just like, yeah, it's crazy, man. This is such an interesting challenge that I think I'm going to really enjoy watching it Deathless in depth, like paying attention to it, even if it's just bit by bit. I haven't really been watching it. It's just been in the background, just listening to it mainly. So seeing how people handle Skeleton Lords would be one thing that would blow my mind, I think. And if someone has a PB past that point, please send me the video of it. I want to see that. It'd be really cool. Anyways. I will be back very quickly here, and then I'll catch up on all the chat that we're missing. I'll put on some music, and then we'll be set up on Dark Souls 1. And once again, also, if you guys don't have the Discord already followed, or you're not part of the Discord, check it out if you want to know when I go live. It's the most accurate way of doing that. It's better than the Twitch notifications specifically. As far as the YouTube, second channel has all of the longer versions or completely unedited versions of challenges. If you like to just put a long video on or have it in the background, maybe go to sleep, whatever. Maybe see the moments that you missed that I had to cut out of the quicker videos. And then for anyone that doesn't know the original channel, the main one, there it is. I will be right back.